Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
We are off and running on a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up, we recap what you may have missed yesterday, including a brand new owner for the L.A. Lakers coming out of nowhere. We'll also gear up for Game 6 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers and Thunder in 20 minutes. How about some NFL news? Lamar Jackson already talking about quieting the doubters before the season gets underway. We'll mix in basketball and dating at 6:40. At 7 o'clock, Chelsea takes the wheel as we break down what to expect tonight in Indianapolis. We'll look at today's baseball schedule at 7:20 as well. At 7:40, our weekly draft here on the show. That's always a good time. And finally, during the 8 o'clock hour, the College World Series finals are set. We'll talk about it with ESPN's Danny Wexelman, who is covering the tournament in Omaha. Then it's our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger, speeding towards the weekend. Good morning, Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning. So we have like terrible weather here. It sounds like I'm doing the show live from a rainforest cafe. Like that's how hard the rain is right now.
Whoa.
Jinx, is Rainforest Cafe a thing there? Is that a regional thing, or have you ever been to one?
I've been to one, and that was in Las Vegas like 8 or 9 years ago. I forget what casino we were in. I don't know, Bellagio, MGM, something like that. I forget. We were like, yeah, let's go to Rainforest Cafe. My uncle loved it. He was there with my aunt and uncle. Had a great time. It was a very nice place, but I think that's the only time I've ever seen or been to a Rainforest Cafe. I assume you've been to numerous.
Well, there's one that's holding strong in Nashville, Tennessee at Opry Mill. So we have like an outlet mall. So this Rainforest Cafe has been there since inception. I don't know who goes there because I feel like it's one of those things that like when it first came on the scene, people were like, ooh, Rainforest Cafe. I want to feel like I'm eating in the middle of a thunderstorm. But now you don't hear about it as much anymore. But somebody must be going there because it's still in operation at Opry Mills here in Nashville.
Well, if you want to go, plan your trip now. I wonder if it's one of those places that's on its way out. You know, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's thriving in different areas of the U.S. because you never really know. Like some places are very regional and then some places are more national. And you can always tell if, okay, I don't know if this Dairy Queen's going to be here for too much longer. But I don't know about Rainforest Cafe. That's a good one.
Did you hear that thunder? Like
No.
It's adding to the story, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know like who came up with this premise. Cause like obviously the decorations are cool, but like there's no theme for the food. Cause like most places it's like, hey, this is a type of cuisine. But instead they just add like animal names to like chicken. They're like Tyrannosaurus chicken. And you're like, what? Doesn't even make sense.
They just took some meat off the bone. They got a T-Rex, and they said, all right, this is some T-Rex chicken here at the Rainforest Cafe. Did some quick research. The closest Rainforest Cafe, at least here to D.C., is in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Maybe another casino, hotel, something like that. I have a feeling it's not a standalone Rainforest Cafe. I could be wrong, but now you're making me hungry talking about T-Rex chicken or Velociraptor steak, whatever it is.
I mean, you could have proposed to Catherine at a Rainforest Cafe. I don't know why you didn't make that happen. Let me ask you, what would be the worst place you think to propose to somebody? Like if you proposed somewhere and the restaurant was so bad, maybe your fiance would like let go of like, you know, a 10-year relationship. Be like, listen, you are not the person I thought you were because you proposed at an Applebee's. Like, what's the restaurant for you?
Well, it's not a restaurant, but I actually had this conversation with the lovely Catherine over the weekend. Where when we were looking at the water in Annapolis, and, you know, they have like a pirate ship where you can go on with your family and take the kids on that. And so I looked at her and I said, what would you do if we were on that pirate ship and I proposed to you. And I kneeled down and I said, the best years of my life have been our time together. And she was like, I don't know, honey. I'd really have to think about it. And I was like, fair. It's a fair point. I just wanted to see. So not quite the same, but similar, you know. But if, you know, that makes people happy, makes them happy.
I think the only thing that could make that like more cringe would be because the first thing I thought of was like those pirate ships at the fair that like swing back and forth like a pendulum.
Yeah. They're
That's
terrifying.
the only way it could have been worse is if you did it at a fair on a pirate ship that moves and then people just like shove into you while you're waiting for the answer.
I'm trying to remember the last time I rode. I will ride roller coasters, which is weird because I don't really like heights, but I do like roller coasters. But that ship that you're talking about, at first you're like, oh, I'll do that ship. But when you swing in that bad boy and it goes up really high and you're looking straight down, you're like, oh, maybe I made a mistake here. But I wouldn't say it's the best place to propose. But you know what? You see that sometimes, though. People who love roller coasters, you'll see a couple from time to time. And they're like, oh, my God, this is the place for us. Like, they love riding roller coasters, so it's going to happen somewhere at the amusement park. I'd love to get someone on here to tell that story. Instead, I would rather hear the story of you winning another bet last night.
Yeah, it's a story that we'll hear about for years to come. This big Phillies-Marlins game. So the handicap here was Ranger Suarez is somebody who is squarely in the circle of trust for me. The guy has had now 9 starts, and 8 of them this year have been, by definition, quality starts. Yesterday fit the bill. 7 innings, 1 earned run, and 8 punch-outs as the Phillies lead it 4-1 in the fifth inning, and that was the play for me. Had him on the first 5-run line at -125, so a nice little one-and-done winner from me.
Yeah, 3-0 for the week. Well done. 3-0 night for this guy. How about that? About freaking time. Struggled last week, so nice to get back on the right side. Had the Astros on the money line against the A's. Also recommended that one on the run line. Astros win easily 11-4. Also back the Blue Jays yesterday on the money line against the D-backs. Jays win 8-1. That's a dub, but I was on that Phillies play as well. The Donkster had the Cardinals on the run line, visiting the White Sox, but that game postponed. So again, for the week, you are a perfect 3-0. I'm 8-3. The Donkster is 0-2. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us on a Thursday morning. And we will get to Game 6 of the NBA Finals tonight in Indianapolis. Pacers trying to stay alive, maybe without Tyrese Halliburton as they host the Thunder. But we begin with a little bit of breaking news late yesterday where the Buss family, longtime owner of the LA Lakers, has decided to sell majority ownership of the team to Mark Walter, who is the CEO of TWG Global, a diversified holding company. And this $10 billion valuation, far and away the largest American sports franchise sale, topping the Commanders when they were sold to the Josh Harris Group for just over $6 billion. Walter is an interesting person, business partner with Magic Johnson, and also has interests in multiple sports organizations, the LA Dodgers, the Sparks, the Billie Jean Cup, Cadillac Formula One team. So this is a huge change in the landscape of sports, and primarily because the Buss family has been long associated with the Lakers. They purchased the Lakers from Jack Kent Cooke in 1979. Along with the LA Kings and the LA Forum. During that time, the LA Lakers have won championship after championship after championship, and yet now they are finally passing along majority ownership, even though Jeannie Buss will continue her role as the governor of the team. But it's strange to associate a particular franchise, Chelsea, without a group or a family that has just been long since associated with what they're about and what they do.
Well, and especially because when they took over the Lakers, it wasn't, the NBA that we have now. This was back when the NBA was clamoring for views. It was clamoring for eyeballs. It was clamoring for money. So since the Lakers kind of embraced that Hollywood mentality, they got the Laker girls, and it became like a spectacle in LA. The Lakers have been more than just championships. Like, they're the hottest ticket in town. So when you see the Busses, give up the Lakers here, it is shocking, because like you said, they're a family that you always think of when you think of the Lakers. And plus, when we sports franchises and like the most valuable ones, the Lakers have to be up there. So this is a huge huge deal because of the history associated with this franchise, the fact that it's in LA, a huge media market. So it is kind of crazy to see. So I wonder what the future holds for the Lakers. Obviously, they have the new face of the franchise, or at least it looks to be that way, as Luka Doncic looks to hold the baton now, probably from LeBron James. So it will be interesting to see what's on the horizon in LA.
Yeah, it's one thing to see, you know, another franchise exchange hands, which does happen over time. It's quite another to see the LA Lakers change hands. And as soon as the Buss family bought this franchise from Jack Kent Cooke back in 1979, they went on to win the NBA title the next year. And under their guidance, the Lakers have won 17 world championships. So this is a massive change. But I think the good news, if you're a little worried as a Lakers fan, is that when you have a guy like Mark Walter, I should say, who is partners with Magic Johnson, no one is going to be a better steward of that franchise than Magic himself. But regardless, a huge story in the NBA yesterday. And we get a huge game tonight. Game 6 of the NBA Finals in Indianapolis. The Thunder visiting the Pacers. The Thunder laying 6.5. The Thunder minus 250. The Pacers 2-1. Total set at 221.5. So what is going on with Tyrese Halliburton? This line opened Thunder minus 4.5, and then it moved to 6.5 when head coach of the Pacers, Rick Carlisle, revealed the status of his star player.
Yeah, he participated in all our walkthrough stuff. So, but it's a walkthrough, so it's not. There was no real running or moving or anything. So we'll see where we are tomorrow. It's a topic that's people want to hear about and know about, and there's going to be a lot of questions about it. But we will not really know for sure until late tomorrow afternoon or early evening.
Okay, so they may not know, but also this is a guy who was limited in Game 5, did no running in the walkthrough. Halliburton himself was then asked about the status of his right calf and what he thought about his playing status.
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I mean, you're asking me, so I think I have to be as smart as I want to be. I have to understand the risks, ask the right questions. But I'm a competitor. I want to play. I'm gonna do everything in my power to play, and that's just what it is. But I mean, I think the answer to that is depending on who you ask.
Well, we're asking you're the guy with the injury. Maybe this is up to the training staff. Maybe it's a decision made by Rick Carlisle. But none of this sounds good, Chelsea.
No, when you hear the head coach sounding like he's one of those like Miss Teen America pageant contestants, where it's a question a lot of people are asking, and people are interested in the answer. Well, then answer it, dude. So yeah, there's less speculation about Tyrese Halliburton, and I understand that as a coach, and just simply because of gamemanship, maybe you don't want to give too much away, but it does not sound like Tyrese Halliburton is going to be 100% or even remotely close for this game. So we understand that he wants to play through it, but we saw this last game. And sometimes there is a point as a star athlete where you have to realize, hey, at some point I'm hurting my team. If I'm going out there and limping around and I'm not contributing to the offense the way that I normally should, or the way or more than what the backup point guard would deliver. So that's going to be the interesting thing tonight, I think, from a coaching standpoint, is what is Rick Carlisle going to do with Tyrese Halliburton? Because last game, TJ McConnell looked damn good in the minutes that he did play. I think for me, from a betting standpoint, that's the way that I'm going to go on this one, is going to bank on TJ McConnell to have another big game. You can get him 10 plus points for minus 140. I have already bet on that. I think he gets some extra minutes in this one because Tyrese Halliburton is not healthy. And TJ McConnell has been on a tear. So I think that's the way that I'm going to bet on this angle. But it will be interesting to see how much Tyrese Halliburton is actually a factor in this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be massive. I think it's going to be a massive swing for the Thunder, obviously, because Indiana's not going to have their star player. They still have Siakam. They still have that bench. But reading between the lines, even if he does play, and I have no doubt that Tyrese Halliburton will try to play in this game. But if Rick Carlisle is saying, well, we went through our walkthrough, we'll see what happens come game time. But it was a walkthrough. He didn't do any running or anything. Last time I checked, got to do a little running when you're playing basketball, maybe a lot of running. So even if he does go, it sounds like he's going to be severely limited, which is why we saw the number move from Thunder -4.5 to -6.5. But that just makes handicapping a game like this all the more difficult.
Yeah, and I just think the addition of the fact that it's Oklahoma City and Lou Dort is going to be on him. Like, good luck if you're not 100% going against Lou Dort anyway. So it does feel like the Thunder are probably going to win this game.
Maybe we'll parlay it with something. Got a little money to burn this week. Why not put a little sprinkle down on something? So we'll definitely get to that and get deeper into that game later on in the show. Coming up next, one NFL player has vengeance on his mind. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip. Hope you're having a great morning. Chelsea's here. I'm here. Denton's here. Double D, Dylan, the whole crew, we're ready to go as we take you up through the 9 o'clock hour before Bet Sweats takes over. Got some NBA action tonight coming up later in this show here in just a few minutes. Lamar Jackson relishes his chance at redemption. When you were at NC State swimming or just in life, have you ever had a chance where, okay, something didn't work out the way you wanted, and so you're like, okay, if I get one more chance, I'm going to make the most of this. Could be a small thing, could be a big thing, where you felt redeemed in the end.
Well, honestly,
that's tough to ask on
it's
the
hard
fly.
to compare myself to Lamar Jackson.
No.
Because, like, I was never that good at swimming. Like, obviously, most people will never know the level of pressure and success of somebody like Lamar Jackson. Also, I was in swimming, so, like, people don't really care. And it's also such an individual sport that you are really mostly competing with yourself and your best time. I feel like the only thing that I can, like, compare to this is, like, when you meet somebody for the first time and you sound like an idiot, like you do something stupid, or you like are so focused on like trying not to sound weird that you forget their name. That's like the most pressure I have in like everyday situations. Like that's the only thing relatable I can think of.
Yeah.
Like maybe I'm like, okay, next time I see this person, I'm gonna be normal. It's the only thing I got for you.
No, I agree with that. I've had that happen before. Like I used to. Well, and also, you never know, like, the vibes you're giving off, you know? And, I mean, it wasn't a bad situation, but there was this place down the street that I used to go on a regular basis, and there was this girl, Katie, who was a bartender, and she's really nice, and it was never weird or anything, but I remember thinking, I wonder if she thinks I'm so odd. This is when I was going through my divorce, and I was, like, always just, like, trying to stay away from the house. And I was like, I wonder if she thinks I'm, like, a weirdo. I feel like I'm giving off the wrong vibe here. And I didn't necessarily feel like I needed to be redeemed or anything, but I was like, whatever the perception is, it's probably not stellar. And then, what was it, a few months later, she's like, do you mind if we just like sit down and have a drink? I was like, no, let's just sit. And so we just sat, had a conversation. And at the end, she was like, you know what? I have to say, this has been really refreshing. Yeah, it's been nice talking to you. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. And that was it. And then she moved away, came back. And I mean, we were never involved or anything, just a friend. And then when she moved back into town, I got a message from her a few months ago, like, hey, just saw you. I'm back in town. I'd love to get together and say hello. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. So I felt like, okay, whatever weirdo vibe I was giving off, at least I was redeemed in the end, where she's like, oh, okay, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, that's the positive, viewpoint of that conversation. You could have been like, so you thought I was weird? That's like if you talk to somebody, you're like, wow, you're actually really smart. And you're like, wow, what did you think of me before? But I understand this. Like, we've all had like weird first interactions with somebody. And I think that's why it feels so pressure filled when you meet somebody for the first time, that you're not going to see them a bunch of times. Like the worst example is like you're at a drive-through window and they're like, enjoy your food, you too. And then you drive off and you're never going to see that person again. So the rest of their life, they're going to think you're an idiot and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, that's true. I've been in that situation too, where I'm like, oh man, that one just, I'll just chalk that one off. I'm going to take the L on that one. I'm going to take the L on that one. Well, you can get a dub with BetMGM because BetMGM is giving you a chance to win a bonus bet. It's so easy to do. All you have to do is go on X, follow us at BetMGM Network, BetMGM, and tag a friend. That's it. And you get a chance to win $500 in bonus bets. Lamar Jackson is looking for a bonus to his career, which would be a world championship, because he's been close, hasn't ever gotten there. And in talking in minicamp, he says that he's still haunted by the team's playoff loss to the Bills. He says, quote, we're going to bounce back, and when we come back, we're going to have vengeance on our mind. Ravens, of course, lost to the Bills 27-25 in last year's divisional playoffs. And Jackson committed 2 turnovers in the first half, but then led his team to within 2 points late in the game. Mark Andrews drops that 2-point conversion. And this was interesting, too. Lamar says he never really gets over any losses. Direct quote, I got losses from youth football that still haunt me. It's an interesting question as to whether Lamar Jackson has underperformed in the playoffs. A lot of people feel that way. I know Double D feels that way. He says it every year. Lamar Jackson's going to choke. It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs. Then we had Jason Lockett-Fora, our Odyssey NFL insider, come on last week and said, if you look at last year, he actually put his team in a position to win it. Didn't work out in the end. What is your view of Lamar Jackson, and how badly does he need a Super Bowl?
Well, I think he definitely needs one, just because that's one of those legacy things. And he's the only two-time MVP of the league to not win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But I will say this, Lamar Jackson is still a young guy. Remember when he came into the league, he was pretty young. He's 28 years old. Yeah. So, I think he still has plenty of time, especially with the way that today's quarterbacks are playing, where, you're still pretty solid up into your late 30s. Mm-hmm. And I understand that the way that Lamar Jackson plays, maybe he's not built for that. But we've seen over the past few years that he has developed more into a passer as opposed to just a runner, because that was the narrative when he came into the league. So I think he still has plenty of time. And the Ravens are a good top to bottom franchise. It feels like there are very few years where they're completely out of it. Some of those years where Lamar Jackson was hurt during the postseason, because that's a thing as well. Sometimes Lamar Jackson just hasn't been healthy for, the later half of the season. So he hasn't even had the opportunity in some of those years to reach his full potential. But what the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have done in the AFC, it has made a lot of quarterbacks probably feel haunted. Look across the way at Josh Allen. He probably feels a lot of these same feelings. They probably need a support group for quarterbacks in the AFC these days, simply because it is so hard to get past the Chiefs. And maybe the reign of terror could be over, because obviously the Chiefs win the Super Bowl this year. But you get what I'm saying. When you have a generational quarterback and a generational team like the Chiefs, a lot of teams are going to be hurting from the side effects.
It's true. Although I will say, if we're talking about Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen, it's definitely Lamar who needs a Super Bowl more, because the Ravens have put more talent around Lamar Jackson. And if you look at playoff performances over their respective careers, Josh Allen has done everything. The Bills just put everything on his back and say, okay, go win this game. And there are times when he just hasn't gotten on the field because the Chiefs want a coin flip, or he's done everything possible, and the Chiefs are just too good, or have been too good in the past. And you look back and you say, Josh did everything he could. What more can he do? And then conversely, you look at Lamar Jackson and you say, okay, you've been pretty good, but you've made some crucial mistakes, or you haven't been the same player that you were during the regular season. And also it gave you Derrick Henry. So we put more tools around you, and you've underperformed relative to what we've seen previously. So I feel like, as far as reputation goes, Lamar Jackson definitely needs a world championship more than Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that fact. But legacy is a funny thing, because I feel like over the years, nuance is going to be lost. And nobody's going to sit here and, provide the color, especially people who are not alive during those days. They'll just say, hey, these guys have not won a quarterback. What was wrong with them? Because even look at, I'll take this example of Joe Burrow last year and the MVP type numbers that he put up. You look at the record of the Bengals last year and they didn't even make the playoffs. Is Joe Burrow really that good if he couldn't even will his team to the playoffs? And if you watch that season, you say, yeah, he is that good. The defense was just historically bad. But do you get what I'm saying about legacy and how things are kind of lost in translation? Because at the end of the day, most of the history books and the record books, when you can only say one thing about a quarterback or a year in the NFL, it's who won the Super Bowl, and it's not, hey, but this guy was really close.
I agree, but when it comes to personal reputation, I think there are lines that are definitely drawn and different storylines that sort of affect how people are viewed in the rearview mirror. Dan Marino is a great example. Nobody will ever say, okay, he just couldn't get it done. He couldn't win a Super Bowl. It was, okay, he didn't win one, but he just didn't get many chances. He got one chance, and it wasn't his fault. It was, his second year in the league or rookie year in the league. He just never had the teams around him. Josh Allen has the talent, but they asked him to do so much, and he ran into the Chiefs. With Lamar, it's, when it came playoff time, they didn't really get it done. Joe Burrow kind of gets that exception too. Ultimately, the big picture, of course, you got to win a title. You got to win a Super Bowl. If you win a world championship in any sport, it elevates your resume. It elevates how people look at you. Also, at the same time, there are myriad players who have the opportunity, who have the chances. They take advantage of those opportunities, but ultimately, they just don't have the talent around them, despite their best efforts. And so I think that's where it's different with Lamar Jackson, where you've got the talent around you, but when it comes to you in particular, and he was better last year, even in that loss to the Bills, overall, over the scope of his career, he's had some really let down performances where the other guys haven't. It's just the team wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, when people are looking at this 30 years from now, most people will not have the nuance and look at these things. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe so. Well, the Ravens are trying to improve their team, and they did so yesterday by signing Jair Alexander, formerly of the Packers. So it's just a one-year deal, $6 million. Really no risk there. So he gets to play with Lamar Jackson. They played together at Louisville. And Alexander is one of those, you're not only paying him $6 million. The ceiling is there if he can stay healthy. That's the real key. He's 28, an All-Pro in 2020 and 2022, but he's only played in 34 of a possible 68 games since the start of 2021. I think the bigger story here is that the Ravens' pass defense was ranked 31st in the NFL last season. So if you're talking about putting a complete team together, and certainly the Ravens had the talent to win it all last year. I mean, even right now, they are the second favorite to win the Super Bowl. They're 7-1 behind the Eagles at plus 650. Bills, by the way, plus 750. So these teams are right there together. But this is, I think, one of those signings that potentially could be a boon for you if it's a big if Alexander can stay healthy, because this is the one area that Baltimore really needed to improve upon.
Oh, yeah. Like, from a prop standpoint, this is why you picked opposing receivers. And you said, hey, I'm going to take the yardage prop because this secondary is absolutely terrible, and they're going to be playing in a shootout against the Ravens. So, obviously, this is an area of need, and they put a big name on their roster here. Again, it's going to be if you can play all of the games, but this is a huge add for a good Ravens team that, has a very good base, and especially in today's NFL where passing is the name of the game, with the exception of maybe Saquon Barkley, you got to be able to defend the pass. So the Ravens are at least trying to fix that problem.
I hope, too, that Ravens fans are a little easy on Mark Andrews. It's always tough for me to see amazing play. Mark Andrews has been a hell of an NFL player for a while now, and he's got to be haunted by that drop and that 2-point conversion where it was right there, could have had it, could have tied the game. Potentially the Ravens win that game. We won't know. But he's gotten so much derision for dropping that 2-point conversion. And even Lamar Jackson was saying yesterday, I wish people would lay off of him. And, I could have done things differently. Of course, Mark wants that back, but this was a team loss, and I'm glad he's sort of taking that on. But fans don't really look at things that way. It's just always tough for me to see great players who end up sometimes being defined by the one time that they didn't get it done.
Well, I think nobody's going to be harder on Mark Andrews than Mark Andrews. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't reach this level of success without, feeling those losses and truly taking accountability for some of your failures. So I know Mark Andrews is haunted, and nothing that a fan can say to him probably cuts deeper than what he's already thought about himself, right? Not to get too dark, but we see this with big time athletes. I don't know if you had that poster from Michael Jordan growing up that it was talking about all of the shots that he missed in his career. And we've heard the famous stories about how he was cut from his JV team. Guys remember that. And sometimes it fuels them. And that's the motivation they need to get through the offseason and get through some of those strenuous workouts and strenuous rehab, whatever, to be a great player. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Andrews comes back with a vengeance.
Man, I hope he does. I want that poster in my bedroom now, honestly. Catherine won't allow it. She wants to paint the bedroom. I don't understand what that is about. I did have one of those long Jordan posters, the life-size posters where he was dunking over, I think it was Scott Skiles back in the day. That bad boy was up in my room for probably the entirety of my high school career. like I was building a career. But during my high school days, that Jordan poster, that life-size poster, when those were a big deal, oh man, I definitely had one of those. What posters did you have in your room? Anything?
I had a lot of them because that was back in the day when kids had like all sorts of posters. I remember that we stole a movie poster from the actual movie of A Walk to Remember, which what a movie poster to have. It's like the saddest movie. It's like about this girl that has cancer and like wants to get married. It's like, this is so cool. We stole this poster.
Wow, that's not something I want to remember every day. But you got the poster. That's the important thing. Coming up next on the show, we'll log on to our favorite dating apps and try to match a couple of star players with some potential new teams. It's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's Thursday. Always a good day to have you along with us. Coming up on the show, the Greek Freak and Slim Reaper may have new homes next season. But where should they go? We're going to swipe right and make their choices for them. Who here? Chelsea, I don't think you've been on a dating app because you've been married for, 13 years? Or have you?
11 years. No,
11
dating
years.
apps were not a thing when I was dating.
Well, websites were a thing back in the day, for sure. You could still go online and look for dates that way. Millionaire Match, something like that. Denton, you just recently got married. Were you on Hinge, Bumble?
We are a Hinge couple.
Are you?
Yeah, we mailed them an invitation to our wedding in the hopes of getting something in return.
Nice.
And they did nothing. So we're kind of upset at Hinge, but we did meet on Hinge. Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's a good story. I met Catherine on Hinge. First ever Hinge date. We're a Hinge couple as well. Double D. Oh, he met his pre-fiance, he says. So they're definitely serious. They're in the pre-fiance stage. Double D, you want to tell the story? I love a good dating story. Should ask Dylan as well.
Wait, you went 1 for 1?
The luckiest thing on the planet.
You need to buy a lottery.
I know. I went on other dates just to be sure because I thought, coming out of what I came out of, I was like, well, Michael, to be fair, anything is going to be better than what you went through. Mm-hmm. So just to kind of check myself. But we went on 4 dates in the first week. Like, immediately we were like, yeah. Like, it was the best time. And I was like, this is easy. And then I went a couple more days to be sure. I was like, oh, this is not at all what I thought. Double D, what happened to you?
The term is actually pre-fiancé.
Oh, I did. My apologies. I did not realize pre-fiancé.
No, we joke about that. Yeah, it's headed that way for sure. But yeah, no, we met on an old school one. We met on Plenty of Fish.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah. Had to sift through a lot of swamp grass to find that beauty.
Swamp grass. Out there.
There was a lot of crappie caught and thrown back into the lake.
Yeah. Crappie's fine, but you're not keeping it in a boat with you.
But I landed the trophy. She's an amazing, amazing, amazing woman. Keeps me very humble, but also lifts me up at the same time. It's kind of cool.
No, that's great.
No.
That's good to hear. I love a good story like that. Yeah, we went 1 for 1. Now, it took me a while to find anyone. Those apps, man, not for me. And when you talk to people who've been on dating apps for a while, they'll tell you, like, it's a jungle out there. Let me tell you something. It is. Because Catherine had been on Hinge for a long time. And then she was like, this is your first day? I was like, yeah. I mean, it worked out awesome, but you just never know. I was on, back in the day when I was in Austin, I think I was on Match.com, the website. And that was interesting. I went on a date with a girl. And it wasn't great. I mean, I take that back. It was fine. You ever been on a date with someone and it's just fine? Like, it's not bad. Not a bad person. It's just you don't really have a chemistry. But her sister lived next door. Yeah. And she was like, do you want to go visit my sister? She's next door. And I was like, sure. So we go next door, and her sister and I totally hit it off.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, it was not. I think her sister was married too. It was fine, but I was just. That was fine. It wasn't. But all of a sudden, I like her sister and I. Sister was cute. We're sitting there joking around, going back and forth. And I remember this girl that I went to see initially looking at me like, "Who is this person?" Because I totally connected with her sister. That was only one date, by the way. Not surprising. One and done there.
Yeah, I feel like I just don't have much to add because back when I was like on the prowl or whatever, dating like wasn't a thing in college. Like, because you go to like parties and you drink and you play flip cup with somebody. It's not like, hey, would you like to grab a bite with me? I'll pick you up at 8 sharp and I'll talk to your parents. No, it was like so casual. And like, you know how college is. And like, I think that my generation, like that's how most people met their significant others. Like, I have a lot of friends from my college grade who met their significant others in college. And although it wasn't like super stuffy or super, I don't know, prim and proper, like, it was a great way to meet people because you were actually at parties. And like college, obviously, just by the population, it's like there's so many people your age and you're drinking. It's just, I don't know. That's where I met my husband, playing beer pong.
Well, that's all right. Everyone has their own story, and tons of people meet in college. So, as I always say, there's no right or wrong. It's just different. Everyone has their own path. Actually, you should be thankful you never got on a dating app, to be honest. I mean, it's a personal opinion, but they haven't been great. So we're going to bring in Denton now, a fellow Hinge supporter. We're going to get something from Hinge. I'm going to go after that, and that's a good idea. And we're going to either swipe right, which means, yep, I'm interested, or swipe left, which means see ya when it comes to Giannis Antetokounmpo and Kevin Durant. Denton.
All right, Chelsea, so this is going to be your first dating app experience. Welcome. So what I'm going to have you do, Jenks, I'm going to have you play the role of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay.
And Chelsea, I want you to get in the mindset of one Kevin Durant. I have a list of teams, and then you guys are going to pick from their standpoint which team you would rather join. So we will start with the big one that is rumored to be involved with both of them. They're getting around a little bit. The San Antonio Spurs. They got Victor Wembanyama. They got Stephon Castle. De'Aaron Fox is currently on the roster. The potential of bringing Chris Paul back. He was on a one-year deal last year. Along with that, Greg Popovich still in the organization. So would you guys swipe right or left on the Spurs?
Ooh.
What do you think, Chelsea?
Let me think. I've got to think about the right and left thing. Okay, so right means you're interested. We're swiping right on the Spurs if I'm Kevin Durant. Because listen, at the very heart of Kevin Durant, I think he wants to win a ring and he loves basketball. I feel like this is very much, well, we love hoops team. Victor Wembanyama is a fresh face that obviously loves to hoop. He is a generational talent. You also have Stephon Castle. You've got De'Aaron Fox. You've got Coach Pop in the mix. And I feel like when you have somebody who commands that type of respect in your organization, that's what people like Kevin Durant show respect to. So I'm going to go with the Spurs here. I'm swiping right. I want to go on more dates in San Antonio.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's the right call. Also, what is that filter? He doesn't look 36 at all. He looks like 32. He might be younger than he's saying. Yeah, I think that's a good call for Kevin Durant. Also, I wonder, if he wants a ring, I think he'll go to San Antonio. I think it's the best fit for him. And I just love that Pop is still part of the organization. I know he's not the head coach anymore, but still, you're talking about a basketball genius. No one has accomplished more, or few coaches have accomplished more than Pop. I wonder, too, how much location matters. If you want a ring, the Spurs are probably best for Kevin Durant, but would he want to live in the San Antonio area? He went to Austin, went to school at Texas, and they're like 65 miles apart. He's always back in Austin, always going to Texas games, especially during the fall, during football season. Like, KD's always around. So maybe he would like that. Maybe that would be for him. I know Charles Barkley gives San Antonio a really hard time whenever he's on the air, but they do love their Spurs. I will say that. So I like the Spurs as well.
All right, team number 2 from the Southwest. We go to South Beach. The Miami Heat, who are involved with everybody. All these conversations, the Heat are involved. Their qualifications, the Beach. Eric Spoelstra. Did I mention the Beach? Pretty much end of list.
Yeah.
Swiping right or left on Miami?
I'd go right.
Okay.
No, wait. Yeah, I'd go right.
You go ahead, Jenks.
Yeah, I'd go right. Here's the thing. At this point in my career, not that championships don't matter. Of course they matter. But if I'm KD, the resume is set, right? He doesn't need anything to add to his resume. I don't care if people think he's a ring chaser. I go to Miami, buy me a sweet place on South Beach. Coach Spo is still a hell of a head coach. I just enjoy my time in Miami. I'd swipe right.
I don't think Kevin Durant cares that much about the beach. Correct me if I'm wrong. He doesn't seem like a beach person. I think that he is somebody who, again, just cares about basketball above all else. And I think he cares about a ring above all else. And Eric Spoelstra is a great head coach. The Heat are an incredibly run, well-coached organization. But at the end of the day, I still feel like they don't have enough pieces to win a ring. So I am swiping no or left, whatever. I don't think KD should go there.
All right, team number 3. Got a couple more here for you guys. How about the Houston Rockets? A couple of young stars, Amen Thompson, Alfred Sengun, Ime Udoka as the head coach. A lot of NBA guys love him. I think Durant tried to get to play with him when they were in Brooklyn together. Are you swiping right or left on the Rockets?
I'd swipe right as well. Again, it's Texas, KD. I mean, KD went from Montrose Christian in Rockville, went to Texas, so he loves the state, is always down there again. But I think beyond that, Ime Udoka is obviously one of the best head coaches in the NBA. They have a ton of young talent. And you know, with KD, it's always, hey, where am I going to fit in this offense? Is it right for me? If any head coach, there are only a handful, I think, who could make that happen, and he's one of them. So swiping right on H-Town.
Yeah, I think the Rockets are a lot closer than people maybe think. Like, remember, the Rockets were one of the top seeds in the West this year. I understand they went quietly into the night, but they were the number 2 overall seed in the West. A very young core. They've got one of the Thompson brothers, who I feel like defensively have been great and underrated. So I think if I'm Kevin Durant, that is definitely an organization that I am interested in.
All right, final team. This is a new one. Didn't think I'd see this team on the dating app for this game, but alas, they have arrived. The Memphis Grizzlies. Rumor broke yesterday that because of the trade for Desmond Bane, they could be looking to enter the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. Do you want to play alongside Ja Morant in Memphis?
Swiping left.
No.
Like, Ja Morant is, I don't want to say he's a mess, but Memphis is kind of a mess. Like, I don't really know what they're doing, and they've gone from being seemingly right there on the cusp of being a real threat to just kind of falling apart. So they've got a long way to go. I have no interest in the Grizz.
Yeah, maybe he's not a mess, but he's messy. Like, isn't that the term that we use for people that just have a lot going on? Ja Morant is not the leader of a franchise that I would want to join. I'm just saying, there's so many other things going on with Ja Morant. Sure, the talent is there, but you need much more than that to, like, stay afloat in the NBA. We just haven't seen it from the Grizzlies. Also, they just fired Taylor Jenkins. No, I ain't going to Memphis.
You just logging off completely. You're like, sign out across the board. No, and you know what? And you're not wrong. Coming up next in the show, the Pacers have been overachieving all postseason long. Now they got to do it one more time to stay alive tonight in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Preview coming your way next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we cover it all when it comes to sports and sports betting. We start by giving you everything you need to know before betting on Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Will tonight actually be the final game? Do the Thunder close it out? Will Tyrese Halliburton play in this game? And is there another player that actually steps up if Tyrese Halliburton can't go? I will tell you which prop I am targeting. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And then at 7:40, it's Thursday, which means it's time for another installment of our Daily Tip Draft Series. This week, we're doing fast food chains. Will Chick-fil-A reign supreme? Or does Jenks make this entirely personal and draft McDonald's simply for the McRib? It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I was just wondering, and I kind of knew that this was coming, but I looked up the ratings for this year's NBA Finals, and they are down. They are way down. 22% down from last year's Game 5. So we have the numbers in from Game 5 between the Pacers and the Thunder, and we knew going in, because these are two mid-sized markets, that maybe we weren't going to get the numbers that we had in like the Celtics and the Mavericks, especially with the star power we had in that series. But I didn't realize it was going to be down this bad. Are you surprised by some of these numbers?
A little bit. I think that part of this has to do with market size. I think this is more for like the NBA hoop heads, like the hardcore NBA fans. Look, if you love the NBA, then this is a fascinating series. I think it's been awesome watching the Pacers. We all knew even a couple of years ago the Thunder are really close. But I think a lot of times if you want those casual fans, you have to get the bigger markets and maybe the bigger names. Let's be honest, as incredible as SGA is, he just doesn't have the star power of a LeBron or someone like that, and people will just naturally gravitate towards a potential series like that or something. And also, I've been reading, I don't know how true this is, but there are some fans who aren't necessarily happy with the quality of the basketball, like the physicality sort of being stripped away from the game a little bit, and it becoming so much of a long-range league has maybe affected ratings as well. But I think it's a combination of those factors.
I think it's always a lot of things that go into ratings. I think the fact that some of these games are starting to get away from the Pacers as well. But also, I think I heard somebody make this reference, and I thought it was a good one. We see this when it comes to movies. Sometimes the best movies, as regarded by critics, are not the ones that do the best in the box office. Like, think about like the movies that sell out the most. Like, think of like Transformers. Didn't it do like great numbers? Nobody's going to sit there and say that was cinema, a great, movie experience from, a by the book standpoint. So I feel like you look at this NBA Finals and it's the two best teams in the NBA. Like, I think the Pacers have proven that they deserve to be here, but it doesn't always translate to ratings simply because it doesn't have the star power, and that's fine.
No, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just the way it goes. And I would rather see, I'm not one of those people that needs a big market team or needs the glitz and glamour of the truest of the superstars to be interested in something. It certainly helps. There's no question about it. Like in Major League Baseball, look, you can't deny when you have Dodgers and Yankees, there's a certain, there's a certain gravitas, there's a certain sexiness to that. And you have big stars and you have major markets and you have two teams that have these incredible respective histories. That's hard to replicate. It can be done in the NBA. I mean, if you had Lakers, Celtics in the finals, like they were back in the day or something like that, then that's sort of peak basketball. And so you can still have great basketball and just not have the marquee names. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
I wonder if it was the Knicks and the Thunder. Because, like, the Knicks obviously have some
Yeah.
type of a pedigree, and they've got Timothy Chalamet, but I still feel like the ratings wouldn't be as high as maybe last year. I feel like last year we had the perfect mix of Luka Doncic, who looked like he could almost do it by himself, against the Celtics, who are obviously a team with a long history, and they're a team that had all these superstars, which, well, maybe they had all these stars. They were a very deep team. So it was like the best player versus the best team. So I still don't think we would reach those numbers. But what do you think? What do you think we would have gotten if it was Knicks Thunder instead of Pacers Thunder?
I think it would be higher just because, again, the Knicks have that.
Yeah.
I mean, Oklahoma City hasn't been around nearly as long as the New York Knicks. I mean, even though it's been 25 years since the Knicks have made it this far, there is still something about the Knicks and something about Willis Reed and something about the history and, of course, Madison Square Garden. And then you have all these celebrities, you know, from Timothy Chalamet to Spike Lee to Tracy Morgan. I mean, whoever it is, you know, Ben Stiller going back and forth with Pacers fans. So then all of a sudden you become interested. Like a good example is I was talking to the lovely Catherine and explaining to her the Pacers-Knicks history, and she didn't really necessarily care about the basketball part, but when she saw the Tyrese Halliburton choke signal, you know, going back to the Reggie Miller days, and she sees all these celebrities, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's a different layer here. It's kind of interesting because of this, or look who's at this game. So I think naturally there would just be more interest.
Yeah, and you have like the top of the top A-list celebrities. Like it's not just, you know, whoever. It's Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet, who are like the it couple right now. So it does make a difference when it comes to ratings. All right, so maybe we won't see the same level of ratings tonight, but maybe we get a good one. Who knows in Indianapolis? So the Pacers home dogs tonight against the Thunder, and it's the Thunder who lead the NBA Finals 3-2. Thunderland 6.5, total of 221. And a half. So the big storyline for this one is what do we get from Tyrese Halliburton? Because right now it's looking like he has a calf strain. He has said, and he has communicated this very bluntly and clearly, that if he can play at all, if he can walk, he wants to be out on the court. Because obviously it could be the final game of the NBA Finals. Like this is the moments where you want to be on the court, especially if you're the face of the franchise, or at least one of them. One could argue that Pascal Siakam has led the charge for the Pacers as well. But Jenks, this is a pretty big question mark. So from a standpoint of betting, do you wait on more news to come out? Do you think, hey, we're not going to hear about this until game time? Is this a game you want to bet, or is there a way to take advantage of this news?
Yeah.
How do you do this from a betting standpoint?
Well, I definitely don't want to bet this game because I'm not quite sure what is going to happen. And we battle this during the regular season when these injury reports come out and so is probable or questionable. And you're like, well, obviously one player in your starting lineup can make a massive difference when it comes to the spread in the NBA, particularly when you're talking about a player like Tyrese Halliburton. So I honestly would probably lay it with the Thunder. If you can read between the lines here, when someone asks Tyrese Halliburton, are you going to play? And he says, it depends on who you ask. It's like, but you're the one with the calf injury. Can't you give us an idea of how you're feeling? I think what it sounds like, and Rick Carlisle was saying, yeah, he went through our walkthrough, but he didn't run or really participate in full. I don't think you need a mind reader to know that even if Tyrese Halliburton does play, then he's going to be severely limited. And I just don't know what this Pacers team is going to look like without Tyrese Halliburton in the lineup. And I keep hammering this point home, but the numbers bear this out. As good as he is as an all-around player, the Pacers need Tyrese to score. When he scores 20 or more points, the Pacers are 8-0 in the postseason. They're undefeated. I read this long-form article on ESPN about how Tyrese Halliburton adjusted and worked on his game, and the work was you have to score. You have to be more aggressive. And he himself said, which I thought was an interesting quote, sometimes being selfish is not being aggressive enough and not scoring because you're not helping your team. And he has the ability to do that. When you have as many scores as the Thunder do in so many different ways they can beat you, he's got to be able to score. And what happened when he was banged up in Game 5? 0 for 6 from the field, 4 points, I believe. So if he's hobbled, he's not going to score tonight. That means you better think the Pacers bench, which is very good, can step up. But in a moment like this, I'm not quite sure what that does to them mentally, and it's right there for the taking for Oklahoma City. So I think this is where the Thunder cover and win. That would be my lean.
Yeah, I think I would lay it with the Thunder. Because also not having Tyrese Halliburton at 100%, I think it matters the most in like the closing minute. Because it's fine if he's like mediocre for most of the game, but in that final minute, like who has been the go-to guy for the Pacers down the stretch? It's been Tyrese Halliburton. But I will say from a betting standpoint, I think the way you take advantage of this information, you say, hey, who was stepping up in the absence of Tyrese Halliburton in the last game? It was TJ McConnell. I think there are a lot of people who argue that, Rick Carlisle should have even kept TJ McConnell in the game because he was such a force to be reckoned with, even against a really good Thunder defense. 18 points in 22 minutes last game. You can get him 10 plus points for minus 140 tonight. I think that's an excellent play. What he has shown us, even against one of, or probably the best defense in the NBA, it's wild. As somebody who is coming off the bench and somebody who was not really much of a big name player for most of his career, we saw him, do big things in the postseason last year. And that's why they signed him to a 4-year, $45 million deal after last season. So I think that's the way that I'm going to play this. I think either just play the Thunder and lay the number, or you go with TJ McConnell, who am I expecting to get more minutes because Tyrese Halliburton does not look 100%.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I mean, at 18-4-4 off the bench in Game 5, his defense has been spectacular, so maybe he steps up. I like the points prop for Pascal Siakam, and I'm not sure if it opened at 20 and a hook, but right now it's sitting at 21 and a half. And he's certainly, you can make an argument that he's the best player on that team. A lot of people would say Halliburton, but remember, who was the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals? Not so fast, Hallie. It was Pascal Siakam, who never gets enough credit. He had 28 points in Game 5. He scored at least 20 points in 3 straight. If you want to lay the juice and get him at 20-plus points, that's minus 160, but I would just go ahead and play over 21 and a hook, which is minus 110. I mean, it's an extra couple points. They're going to really need him to step up in addition to the bench as well, so that's probably where I would go for a player prop.
Do we think this total is correlated to a side? Because usually it has been. It's been, okay, if it is a lower scoring affair, these are not the games that the Pacers are going to win. Like throughout the postseason, I think they're undefeated when they score at least 110 points. So I think especially without Tyrese Halliburton providing some sort of a scoring punch, I think I would lean towards the under. And Jenks, this is usually a theme when it comes to elimination games across most sports, just because things kind of clamp up. I would say, if there's any two teams that maybe hit the over despite it being an elimination game, maybe it's these two teams because we know they love to push the pace. And I'm interested to see how aggressive Oklahoma City is because we know the book on the Pacers is that you cannot let them hang around. So I would imagine if Oklahoma City can keep their foot on the gas pedal, that they surely will. But do you have a feeling on this total at 221.5, kind of sitting there right in the middle? Do you like anything here?
I sort of feel like the under is the right call. I think you're on the right track here. So, I mean, you nailed it. These championship games where everything is on the line and you win or it's over, or you got to play tight defense. And really, when you look at the matchup in this series, especially with Hallie limited, I mean, maybe this is all sandbagging, right? Maybe the Pacers are just a couple of sandbagging son of a guns, and he comes out and he looks great tonight, but it just doesn't feel that way. So if you're the Pacers, what is going to be your game plan? The last thing you want to do is go up and down the court with the Thunder. They will be happy to do that. What you need to do is play good defense. And the Pacers, to their credit, have played better defense in the playoffs than they normally do. It's one of the reasons why they are here. But I think they need to slow the game down a touch and then try to win that way and then use their bench as well. So especially when you have a potential scorer like Halliburton out of the game, that's one of the reasons why this total has dropped. Then you take the championship aspect, or a championship being on the line tonight, into account as well. And I think the under is probably the right call.
Yeah, usually I tend to side towards players on the brink of elimination and play the superstar of whatever team needs to fight for their lives. But when you see Tyrese Halliburton, not 100%, that kind of takes away that angle. I suppose you could use that in your Pascal Siakam handicap. But on the other side of things, what about SGA? What do we expect from him in this game? on these numbers on his points props, like 35 plus is minus 110. Like, I think he's going to have a big game, but do I want to take a 35 plus point prop? Not really.
Well, no, especially if you think the under is going to be the play and if you think the Pacers will try to slow things down. I mean, maybe they won't be able to. Maybe the Thunder just run them out of the gymnasium, I was going to say, but I would stay away from that. And it's always a little inflated with SGA, yeah.
Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Yeah, so I do think it's Thunder that cap off a great season tonight. All right, coming up next, it is our MLB Daily Baseball Bets. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Let's go. Time to rise and shine, people. We have some baseball to bet on. We've got a full slate today on a Thursday, or a full-ish. I never know with baseball. It's so all over the place. It does look like a full slate, because sometimes it's like, it's not a full slate. There's only 9 games today, Chelsea. It's like, okay, well, there are a lot of games. So Jenks, during the break, me and Dent were talking about Paul Skeens. Mm-hmm. And, of course, you always see the questions that people ask when you type in Google Paul Skeens. And one of them I was surprised to see was a lot of people apparently are asking if Paul Skeens was ever in the military. And I didn't know that apparently he went to Air Force Academy before he went to LSU. And we were just thinking, like, how badass of a pilot he would have been. Like, if he would have been wearing, like, you know, the aviators and he would have up in the sky, you know, shooting drones or whatever. Maybe this is an off-the-wall question, but I don't know if you've thought about it. Is there a branch of the military that you would see yourself the most in? Because, like, I don't even know if I can name it all. Like, obviously, I'm a swimmer, so I think, was it the Navy that does the things underwater? Like, who does the underwater things?
The Navy.
I would do that.
Or the Coast Guard as well. But the Navy primarily, if you're talking about Navy SEALs or anything that is water-based. I thought about the Air Force because my dad was in the Air Force. I thought about Annapolis and thought about the Naval Academy. But there was a time when, I was always someone who wanted to do something academically stringent. And certainly if you go to West Point, you go to Annapolis, you go to Colorado Springs, where if you're going to be in the military, then you have to get your grades right. And obviously there's a ton of discipline involved. But because my dad was a pilot, even though I'm not really close with my dad, I think I've always been fascinated with aviation. And so there was a time when I thought maybe I would train to potentially be a pilot, pilot an F-16, or that's in the Air Force, the F-18 in the Navy, something like that. And then I finally decided that it was just kind of a residual thought. I always knew I wanted to do journalism and broadcasting, but it's something I considered at one time for sure.
Yeah, I never considered it. I think a lot of it is because I'm, like, female. Like, I feel like that's not really a normal, like, female track. I know there are females in the military. It's just not, like, one of those things that are, like, thrown in our faces quite as much. But I do think, like, the underwater stuff, because I do know swimmers that I swam with who do Navy SEALs, where they go underwater and they do all, like, the crazy training, and they have to, they drop them, like, blindfolded from a helicopter and you sink to the bottom of the ocean or whatever. It sounds really terrible, but there are guys I know that do it. And obviously swimming is a great background, because you have to be a really strong swimmer. So, like, I never once considered it, because, like, I'm not a disciplined person. Like, I can't handle people, like, yelling in my face. I don't respond to that. But it's always interesting to think, like, because I don't know the things that are going on now. I don't know if we'd ever have a draft.
Yeah.
But I would be like, well, do they have Wi-Fi over there? I don't know. I really need my shows to go to bed.
Well, then that's probably, I think, then ultimately that probably means you made the right call.
Oh, yes. I need my modern luxuries for my soft life. All right, Jenks. Speaking of our soft life, I feel like my biggest decision today is, like, what bet am I going to make in Major League Baseball? All right, so if you are betting today, BetMGM is giving you a chance to win a bonus bet. All you have to do is go on, follow us at BetMGM Network, or follow at BetMGM. I think you need to do both and tag a friend. It's that easy. Why not do it? You could get a bonus bet. All right, so let's look at today's slate, see if we can pick some winners. So, Jenks, this is one of the bets that I wish that I would have made yesterday. So the Yankees and the Angels are squaring off once again today. These have been low-scoring affairs, and the Yankees have had all kinds of issues scoring runs. So today we get a total of 9 between Tyler Anderson, who goes for LA, 2-4 with a 4.44 ERA, and Carlos Rodon, who's 8-5 with a 3.01 ERA. So the Yankees, huge favorites here, minus just 275, despite the series playing very closely. LA plus 210. Have you looked at this game? Are you going to talk me off an under here?
I would not talk you off of an under. I like that a lot. I'm actually going to go with the Yankees on the run line here. And I know you're like, oh, God, you're going to go with these guys? They've dropped 6 straight. Aaron Judge has won for his last 19. But I think this is the perfect spot for the Yankees to get out of this rut because they're facing Tyler Anderson and because they have Carlos Rodon on the hill. Rodon has been really, really good. Coming off a shutout of the Angels last month. Struggled a little bit in his last couple of outings against the Red Sox, but ultimately he has an ERA of 3.08 at Yankee Stadium, and opponents are batting 155 against him. Ultimately, this is a fate of Anderson. He's been really bad recently. An ERA of 6.31 on the road. He's given up 14 earned runs over his last 10 innings. So I think this is the day the Yankees get back on track. Yankees run line -135.
I do think at some point we see the Yankees kind of come back to life. And I think this is the danger in betting of looking at trends and saying, hey, this trend keeps hitting. We're going to play this forever. Because we know this about trends. It doesn't matter the team. It doesn't matter whatever. Eventually, things just kind of go to the other side. So I think that's the sabotage factor for playing the under as well. Because like you said, Tyler Anderson has given up some runs. But right now, I just don't have a lot of faith in the Yankees. They've lost 6 straight games. And they've scored a total of 2 runs over their last 4 games. So it's just one of those things where maybe you wait till the Yankees look a little bit better. But I will say at some point that offense has to be better. Yesterday, I think, before the game, they called like a players-only meeting where it was like all the big names. And it's like, okay, well, you're part of the problem too. So I hope they took some accountability there. But once again, they did lose to the Angels, and they've lost 3 straight games to LA. So maybe this is the game where they get it back together because eventually, like, the Yankees aren't going to lose every single game for the rest of the season. One thing. All right, so how about this one, Jenks? Rockies Nationals. Don't look now, but I believe the Rockies have won 3 straight games. We have just been talking about trends and how they don't go on forever. Do the Rockies finally lose a game?
I am not. You noticed how I stopped fading the Rockies. Maybe you should be fading the Nationals right now. I am not laying $1.60 with the Nats, who have lost 11 straight. I mean, is Davey Martinez going to lose his job? Is that a possibility, Denton? He's not, right? They're just going to let him keep going. He's been in some hot water here because, what was it, a week ago? He was talking about how the lineup wasn't producing, and it was just never the coach's fault. That didn't go over so well. It's like, never? I don't know about that. But yeah, I would not lay $1.60 with the Nats. Just like the Yankees have to come out of their streak, their losing streak, the Nationals do as well. The difference is the Yankees are the Yankees. The Nationals are the Nationals. And Colorado, I don't want to say it, but they have been, for them, for the Rockies, they played really well. I mean, Chase Dollander has been a fade candidate all season long, but you can say that about the entire Rockies rotation. So this is kryptonite to me. No way I want any part of this game.
Yeah, I think we're off the Rockies for a bit. We're going to wait for them to get back to the terrible team that we know they are. All right, how about this one? I think there are a couple ways you can play it. Tigers and Pirates. So the Tigers, huge favorites here. So it doesn't feel like you can play them on the money line. They're -325. Total of 7 runs. It's Tariq Skubal who goes for the Tigers today. 7-2, 199, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Andrew Heaney on the other side, 3-5, despite a 3.33 ERA. James, you can get a first 5 under 4 for -145. You could do full game under at 7. You could find maybe a creative way to play the Tigers, but even on the run line in the first 5 innings, laying the 1.5, that's -102. Did you look at this game? Are you considering anything in it?
I'm going to take the Tigers full game run line is what I'm going to do, which I know you're not a fan of taking run lines on home teams here, but you can get it at -135, and I just think that this is just a really, really bad matchup for the Pirates because they don't hit lefties at all. The only team in Major League Baseball that is worse at hitting left-handed pitchers, that's the Baltimore Orioles. But the Pirates are right there at the bottom in almost every single category. Skubal has allowed a total of 1 run over his last 4 appearances. That's a span of 28 2/3 innings. And so he also has that mentality where he's going to try and go later in games, and that will ease up on the Tigers' bullpen as well. And so this game was postponed yesterday, so their arms are going to be refreshed, ready to go. I think this is when the Tigers, who came alive in the previous game as well, they've been struggling a little bit at the plate, came alive in that previous game against the Pirates. So it's Tigers full game run line for me.
I think that's a good one, or a first 5 under 4, if you believe in Andrew Heaney. And this is a tough matchup for him simply because the Tigers are a good offense, but he's been good over his last 3, even against the Cubs, who are one of the best offenses in baseball. Had a quality start against them, only gave up 3 earned runs over 6 innings of work. And listen, do I have to say, anything about the Pirates offense? Going against Tariq Skubal should have a nice outing here. I would imagine his earned runs drop is half a run. That's what it was yesterday, and that's what it probably is today. So I think that's the way I would play it. First 5 under 4 between the Pirates and Tigers, or you go Tigers full game run line. All right, free roll here, Jenks. Is there any other game that you looked at that caught your eye?
I would be back on the Blue Jays today. Blue Jays have made me money the past couple days. I don't know how many of these I'm going to play because it's been a good week, and now I'm getting to the point where it's like, okay, I'm going to slow down a little bit. But again, the Diamondbacks have a real issue with their bullpen, and they're outclassed today when it comes to their starting pitcher. Ryan Nelson is going for the D-backs, and his splits, not great. At home, very good pitcher, where his ERA hovers a little over 2. But when he gets on the road, his ERA jumps to 7.50 over his last 6 appearances. The real issue here, and we've seen this in the previous 2 games, is the Arizona bullpen. Blue was saved 2 nights ago. They used 3 more relievers yesterday in a loss. And then you've got Kevin Gausman going for Toronto. This is his superior split when he pitches at Rogers Center. 3-1 this season, 3.31 ERA. I like the Jays to win again. You can look around and find it at -140, and I think that's a fair price on a Diamondbacks team that is dangerous early in the first 5 because they have a lot of bats at the top of that lineup. But, man, that bullpen is a struggle bus.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks aren't in the circle of trust this year. The Diamondbacks are a team that I feel like I used to bet on a lot. I don't know if it's the injuries to the rotation. We know Corbin Burns is out now, and maybe it's the fact that their bullpen arms haven't figured it out. But not a team I found myself betting on. So the Blue Jays have been killing it for you. So I see where you have your money there today. All right, so how about this Mets and Braves game? So I considered the under yesterday, and sometimes it's one of those things. Do you ever have this thought where you're like, okay, I like this play yesterday and I kind of like it again today, but is it too little, too late? Did I wait, one game, too much for this play? But I like the starting pitcher matchup between the Braves and the Mets today. Clay Holmes, the converted reliever, is having a nice little season with New York. 7-3, 2.87 ERA, going against Spencer Strider, who we know can miss a lot of bats. Despite his win-loss record, 1-5, 4.35 ERA, but he has looked better in his last couple of starts. 6 shutout against the Rockies, which we get it, it's the Rockies, but a quality start against the Giants as well back on June the 8th. So, Jenks, I'm thinking either a first 5 under here or a full game under, but I know the Braves bullpen has cost you before, so I can see where maybe you have some PTSD.
Yes, I do. This is where I'd grab some plus money, and I would go with the Mets on the money line at plus 110. Spencer Strider is Spencer Strider, but there's a reason why he's 1-5. A, that bullpen. B, he hasn't been quite as sharp. But Clay Holmes has been awesome since becoming a starter. He's given up 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 13 starts this season, and he's done it against some pretty good lineups as well. He's even better away from Citi Field, an ERA of 2.41. So, you know me, I don't mind laying the juice if I like a bet, but also important to get some plus money on the card. I think this is a good opportunity. So, give me the Metropolitans.
Yeah. Normally I like playing the Mets at home, but still, this is a divisional matchup. There is no love lost between these 2 teams. I think they'll be up for the challenge. Going back to that underplay, if you look at some of the trends, this one screamed under, at least to me. Both these teams have been red hot to the under of the season. Atlanta 38-29-5 overall to the under, and the Mets 43-29-2 to the under this season. So 2 great pitching staffs and maybe 2 offenses who have been a little lackluster this season. All right, and finally, I don't know if I'll be able to stay up for this one, but I do think it's interesting. Padres and Dodgers. So the Dodgers are -250, one of the best starters on the hill today. Yamamoto goes. He is 6-5 with a 2.64 ERA. Total of 9. Ryan Burgett gets the ball for the Padres. 1-0, 2-3 ERA. Jenks, I feel like I'm always interested in the Padres, but maybe not today because I don't know if I want to fade Yamamoto. He's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I don't want to fade him either, but I will say, just out of principle, a little sprinkle on the Padres when you're getting them at 2-1 is not a bad play, just because this is kind of a ridiculous price, as good as the Padres are.
Yeah, and as worn down as the bullpen is for the Dodgers, Yamamoto's not going to pitch the whole game, and the Dodgers have been worn especially thin because ain't nobody feeling especially healthy, it feels like, in their pen. All right, coming up next, it's time for our summer draft series to continue, and this week, it's all about fast food. So we're going to be all in. Ranking our favorite fast food chains after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It's a Thursday, which means it's time for another installment of our summer draft series. This week, we're doing fast food franchises. And Jenks, you learn something new every day. I did not know this about ketchup, how it was such a big deal, and how apparently Whataburger has different ketchup than other places. Because I was reading this article and I was like, oh, this is a good talker for this segment. It's about famous athletes and their favorite fast foods. And so this one was talking about Patrick Mahomes and how he is a devotee to Whataburger. And he said something about it's the best ketchup he's ever tasted. Now, I thought this was just like a joke or like something kind of playing to the fact that we all know Patrick Mahomes loves ketchup. And he was like, oh, yeah, it's the best ketchup. But you were telling me that there is a difference to the ketchup at Whataburger.
Whataburger ketchup is... The ketchup at Whataburger is amazing. It's so good. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what they put in it. I don't know if it's extra tomato and a barbecue sauce. I've never researched this. But there is a richness and a depth to the ketchup at Whataburger that makes it so good. And I love ketchup, and normally I'm like, ketchup's ketchup. Not a Whataburger. I don't know what they're doing with it. I don't care. I don't care what's in it. All I know is it's absolutely delicious. And I love Whataburger anyway. I mean, what Texan doesn't? Mm-hmm. If you're from Texas and you don't like Whataburger, gone. Kick you out. Send you to Alaska. The ketchup is awesome.
I remember going there for the first time when Jake was playing in Corpus Christi. I was like, these burgers are so good. And then eventually we started getting them here in Tennessee. So we go there all the time. But what a marketing ploy, because now I'm intrigued. And now I feel like I need to go there just to try the ketchup. Like, it's genius. When a place has like a secret sauce, I think that is so genius because you want to go and try it.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially if you're a burger person. I love a good burger.
Yeah.
I mean, what person doesn't? But I'm one of those people where I'll go to a nice restaurant, and if they have a really good smash burger or something that's super creative, or, you know, a good medium rare burger or something, I'll be like, you know what? I'll have the burger. So I love a good hamburger, cheeseburger, whatever. And so when you take that and you have an amazing ketchup to go with it, oh, man. Patrick Mahomes is dead on here. Dead on.
Bring me your finest ketchup, sir,
yes.
Please. I can just imagine you saying that at a fancy restaurant.
Wait, you brought me Hunt's? Are you guys out of your signature ketchup? Why am I getting Hunt's ketchup here? Or what's another one that we often get?
Heinz?
Oh, Heinz is a classic. I love that Heinz commercial, by the way, where they have the head of R&D. Have you seen this? I've seen it numerous times. He like dips his fries in ketchup. He's like, I'm like, you've had the same formula for like decades and decades. He has the best job on the planet. He's like, yeah, I'm a ketchup nerd. That's right. Oh, yeah. And he's like eating fries and smelling them. I'm like, okay, your job is just to make sure that Heinz ketchup tastes like Heinz ketchup always has. Like, good on you, sir. I wish I had that job.
A ketchup sommelier. It sounds like the dream job of like a 6-year-old boy.
I mean, that's the dream, right? He's like, well, honey, I'm running late tonight. I just got an extra serving of fries, and I got to dip these in the ketchup and make sure that our quality is on point. I mean, R&D at Heinz, so I'll be home around 8:30.
Yeah, somebody's got to pay the mortgage. You know, somebody's got to do the jobs that nobody else wants to do. And so he's tasked with the job of opening those packets of ketchup, which is the worst part of ketchup. Don't put them in the packets. Do the little squeegee pump so we can have the little dishes. It's so much easier than opening each individual packet of ketchup. All right, so enough about ketchup, and let's expand our view to fast food chains as a whole as our installment of the Summer Draft Series continues.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
All right. So we have pumped up Whataburger for the last 5 minutes and their ketchup. Jenks, you have the number 1 overall pick.
This is tough. And I really want to go McDonald's in a big way because I love Mickey D's. They have the McRib. It's amazing. But ultimately, I can get burgers elsewhere. The McRib is seasonal. So I've got to go with Chick-fil-A, number 1.
Ooh, that's a tough blow for a Southern girl over here that was thinking that I might get Chick-fil-A. So I think there was some gamesmanship at hand. So since you didn't get Whataburger, the number 2 overall pick is in. All right, maybe some gamemanship here, because it feels like we have raised the demand on Whataburger. So I'm going to go Whataburger. I love fast food hamburgers. I love fast food cheeseburgers. And around here, Whataburger is the best one you can get. In-N-Out is pretty good as well, but we don't have those. And I do appreciate that Whataburgers are bigger. So I like that. I'm going to go Whataburger at number 2. All right, next up is Denton and Double D. I'm not sure who has the pick here, but whoever it is, you on the clock.
I'm so glad that you guys went Chick-fil-A and Whataburger number 1 and 2 because it allowed my number 1 overall pick to slip right to me at number 3. The pick is in. At number 3, we're going with Popeyes. It is the best fried chicken chain, best chicken chain that you are going to get in this country. It is fantastic. You got your chicken sandwich, so much variety, red beans and rice. I'm going Popeyes.
Good call. Good call.
Yuck. I don't like Popeyes.
Oh, I love Popeyes.
Popeyes is the GOAT.
Love Popeyes.
Didn't even
I
mention
like
the mac
Popeyes
and
'cause-
cheese, Denton.
Oh, yeah, mac and cheese.
Their
That's one of the
sides are
reasons
good.
why I went
I will give them
Chick-fil-A.
that.
Because the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Solid.
My only knock on Popeyes is that I think the layer of like fried on the chicken is just too thick for me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like at Chick-fil-A, it's really thin. At Popeyes, it's like, holy smokes, you have a mouthful of like friedness, which a lot of people love, but I'm not somebody that likes that. All right, so I think Double D, it's your turn, if I'm getting this correctly.
Correct. And the pick is in. Chelsea went Whataburger. Denton and I are on the same page. Popeyes was going to be my pick. Denton took it off. Great teamwork there. I'm going with my favorite burger place. I'm going with Five Guys Burgers and Fries. Best fries in the business. Very East Coast. Love putting vinegar and ketchup on my fries. So Five Guys Burgers and Fries is our pick.
Solid.
Ooh. Five Guys is good, but or is it fast casual?
I say it's still fast food.
Yeah, I feel like it's fast food.
I think it's fast food, yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe you had to have a drive-through window, and I feel like Five Guys is like above that. They're like, no, you've got to come in. We have like a whole bag of fries that you have to have like a forklift because they give you a ton of fries, right? Is that the place that I'm thinking of?
Yes. They give you a
yes.
of fries.
All right. Next up for me to keep things moving, number 2 pick for me is in. All right, so maybe this is regional, and I hope you guys have heard of it. Sonic. Sonic is America's drive-in, and I like Sonic because of the drink choices, because we have talked about the importance of sides. I think when you have like millions of options for drinks, like the slushes, the shakes, the floats, the blasts, that's why I'm going Sonic. It's not just the food, it's the drinks.
Oh, my God. This is beautiful. This went exactly the way I wanted. The pick is in. Thank you, baby Jesus. How did McDonald's fall to me this far? Are you kidding? This is how I know I went right with going Chick-fil-A number 1. Big Mac, filet of fish, Grimace. I get the McRib, nuggets when I'm ready. Are you kidding me? Little cheeseburger if I just wanted something to tide myself over. McDonald's fries. The fountain drink. Oh, my God. McDonald's is the pick.
Oh, I like to have this one. I know you needed it. Like, this is part of your brand.
Yeah.
McRib, are you kidding me? You said filet of fish? That's not an argument for McDonald's.
It's not. I'm just saying, I'm trying to go balance. I want a little bit of everything. So if I get in that one random mood, like once a year, like maybe every leap year on every February 29th, I'm like, today I'll have a filet of fish. So I have that as an option. Do I get to go again?
You get to go again.
Let's
Final
do it.
pick.
Yeah.
The pick is in. I want to make sure everyone else has their time as well. I'll say very simply, I'm going for a cornucopia of choices here. Taco Bell comes in with the next pick.
Oh,
Yes.
dagger. That's a dagger, James.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have to reevaluate my life. All right, so I do have another pick ready and waiting, but I am very sad that Taco Bell is off the board. All right, so the pick is in. We going with Wendy's. I like their burgers, I like their fries, and I like their Frosties. Enough said. Wendy's is officially off the board.
Good call.
All right, who's next?
That is a great call. I double D.
All right, the pick is in. You took my Taco Bell. I raise you Chipotle.
That's good. I like
It's not
Chipotle.
fast food. That's fast casual. I feel like.
No,
Does
that's
anybody
fast
disagree
food.
with me here?
You're in and out.
I didn't think of it as fast food. Like, I feel like Chipotle is like on another tier. It's like,
That's
oh,
close.
we're Chipotle. But I'll let you have it. All right, Den, what you got? I think it's your turn, right?
All right, we are rounding out the production pick with In-N-Out. Didn't think it'd be around here, but I will take In-N-Out with our final pick.
That's solid.
Ooh,
Couple
I like
great
that.
burger joints. Five Guys and In-N-Out. Man.
In-N-Out.
Ooh. Corner in the burger market.
Oh, we're running out of places. Okay, so I think it's my turn, isn't it?
Yeah, your final
Let's
pick.
try to round this out. All right, the pick is in. Burger King. Simply because I want that creepy mascot to torture everybody else. Burger King is my next pick. Jenks, you got a few seconds. What's your last pick?
The pick is in? Okay. I'll just make it quick. I need something else that's semi-healthy. Let's go Jersey Mike's at the end.
Ooh. I didn't think of subs. Again, I think the definition of fast food to me is a little different, but I'll let you guys have it. Like we let you have Taco Bell. We're all mad about that, Jenks. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll start with a betting preview of Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Stick with us here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's do it. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Always appreciate you being along for the ride. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, it is win or stay home for the Indiana Pacers as they try and stay alive tonight in the NBA Finals. Game 6, the Thunder trying to win a world title. We will get into all the particulars of that matchup in 20 minutes. We'll have some headlines for you, including Shedeur Sanders showing off his speed. And then it's our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Again, great to have you with us on a Thursday. Welcome to our audience on Stadium for our final hour. You can stream us if you like, and it's easy to do. Just go to the Bally Sports Live app or ballysportslive.com. Always on the show, we give a tip of the cap. Thank you, sir, to Roger here at the Odyssey building. Numerous stations here, and Roger he's the glue. He's the guy that does everything. Are there some televisions that need some soldering because they're broken? Roger can do it. Is there a signal that's not coming through? Is there a problem on the audio board? Just get Roger in here. He'll handle it. Does some coffee need to be made? Don't worry. Not part of his job description. Roger has your back. And I say this because this morning, I got a good night's sleep last night. That doesn't always happen for me. So I woke up this morning. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for the show. I got my coffee, pet the cat for a while, lift ride, no issues. Everything's going great. I'm here early. Everything's great. I walk into the bathroom, and I set my tumbler down near the sink so that I can use the facilities. As I'm walking away, not paying attention, the tumbler slips into the bathroom sink, opens up, all the coffee comes out. I'm like, I was having such a great morning until that. So I thought, all right, like we used to say in my old show many years ago, got to flip it. Got to flip it. Things aren't going well. It's time to flip it. Make things right. So I washed the Yeti, and then I just walked into the break room, took a deep breath, and I was like, I don't know if there's any coffee here. It's early. Sure enough, Roger had come through with a huge cup of coffee, a huge carafe. It's not even carafe. I mean, it's just like this big pot that he makes every morning. Regardless, he made the coffee. I filled up the tumbler, and good to go. Wait, was that from yesterday?
Roger's not here today.
No.
Roger's not here today.
No, after all that? Am I drinking old coffee?
It's a holiday. We're the only silly geese in here.
Well, somebody made it.
Somebody made that coffee. I don't know who it was.
This is fresh.
But it wasn't Roger.
The ghost of Roger. The ghost of Roger. Oh, I saw Denton turn and push a button. I'm like, oh no, something was wrong. Something is definitely wrong here. Oh, God. Well, whoever you are, taking the place of Roger. That single set of footprints in the sand. We appreciate you.
So did it taste fresh? Like, was it warm? Did somebody actually make it? Or are you being like bamboozled here?
No, I mean, it's warm. Usually you can tell if coffee is old, right? Even especially if it's been heated up and then you can tell when you're drinking fresh coffee, right? And then all of a sudden it cools down, you heat it up again, you're like, ugh, the viscosity here is not great. You know, it's sort of kind of thick and gross. It tastes different.
I think the apparatus is going to keep it warm for as long as it possibly can. The problem is that I don't know if anyone other than Roger knows how to work that thing.
Man.
I haven't seen anyone ever use it before other than him.
Yeah.
Because we have the pods, and people usually will just do the pod. So I'm a little alarmed at that coffee. If it's good, it's good. I mean, it's working.
Maybe this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, where I was like, oh, this coffee's good. I can't believe it. This coffee's going to be great. It's fresh. And in my mind, or like a placebo, where they tell you, oh, you're going to take this. It's going to be great. You're going to feel so much better. And it's like a sugar pill. People are like, I feel so much better. I'm like, yeah, there's nothing in there. Maybe that's what's happening to me.
I think you are right, though. I think old coffee definitely tastes different. I think I'm kind of a coffee snob. I don't even like coffee that's been sitting there for an hour. Like, my dad will drink coffee that's been sitting there for like 3 hours. I'm like, ew. Like, just make some new ones. And like, maybe because I'm willing to like waste a bunch of money on coffee, because normally I'll just go to Starbucks. Like, well, I think I deserve Starbucks today for making a phone call. But yeah, like, I don't like coffee that's been sitting there. It needs to be like within the last 30 minutes.
All right. Well, I like to think Roger made this coffee, but clearly something is going on. But it tastes good. It kept me going. So, you know what? I'll say this. Even if Roger made this yesterday, for some reason, maybe by the hand of God, this coffee tastes good and kept me going after I spilled my fresh coffee this morning. And it's been a good day. So I'll take it regardless. It's a good call, Denton. I didn't think about that because it is Juneteenth. And also, if you're celebrating Juneteenth today or you're having the day off, hope you have a great day because it is June the 19th. So, Chelsea, we also get the NBA Finals tonight. Game 6, the Thunder on top, 3 games to do. They have a chance to win their first ever NBA title. The Thunder laying 6.5. Thunder minus 250. Pacers are 2-1. The total is 221.5 at BetMGM. And all of the questions surrounding this game will focus on Tyrese Halliburton. Will he play? How healthy is he if he goes? Well, this number opened at Thunder minus 4.5. And we know that Tyrese was certainly limited in Game 5. Left in Oklahoma City, came back, was not effective. So Rick Carlisle was asked about the status of Hallie yesterday.
Yeah, he participated in all our walkthrough stuff. So, but it's a walkthrough, so it's not. There was no real running or moving or anything. So, so we'll see where we are tomorrow. It's a topic that's people want to hear about and know about, and there's going to be a lot of questions about it. But we will not really know for sure until late tomorrow afternoon or early evening.
You know, as far as topics go, this is certainly one of them. And when you have topics, people want to ask questions about those topics. Those questions can vary. And, you know, when you're trying to answer a question about a topic, the answers can be different depending on who you ask. So what should we do, Chelsea? Let's ask Tyrese Halliburton himself.
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I mean, you're asking me, so I think I have to be as smart as I want to be. I have to understand the risks, ask the right questions. But I'm a competitor. I want to play. I'm gonna do everything in my power to play, and that's just what it is. But I mean, I think the answer to that is dependent on who you ask.
Got it. Everything is clear now. I totally
Nailed
get
it.
Nailed it. Okay. Oh God, I love when coaches and athletes, it just cracks, which I understand. It's just funny to me when it's just a word jumble and they're not saying anything at all. It's like, look this up. Can we play this on the show sometime? Sorry, this is a quick aside. Emmanuel Acho drives me absolutely crazy. He went to Texas, and I can't get behind it. Like, Texas fans are like, dude, this guy is a killer. Have you ever seen him? It's a video of him reading, I think, from a book that he wrote, and it's the most nonsensical thing you've ever heard. It goes like this. We got to pull this up at some point. When you reach for something, and it's ahead of you, sometimes you have to look behind to see the full picture. And the picture is only painted when you're holding the brush. But whose brush is it really when we're really in control of the God above us? And you're just like, what are you saying? Like, you're putting a bunch of fanciful things together and you're saying absolutely nothing. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening here, where you're putting a bunch of words together, words, answers, but there's nothing really there.
All right, one more reference, and then we'll get to this game.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one that Michael Scott had? And I just looked it up, and I think it's this one. Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason ever, what, no matter where, or who, or who you are with, or where you are going, or where you've been, ever, for any reason whatsoever.
Exactly. That's totally what it is. They're not saying anything. They're not saying anything. So let me ask you, and maybe we can get an answer out of you. I don't know the way this first segment is going here in this final hour. But let's say Tyrese Halliburton does not play or is limited. How does that affect how you would bet this matchup, and would you bet it?
Well, it depends on who you're asking. If you're asking me, it means you bet on the Thunder to cover the number here. Because here's the thing. Even if Tyrese Halliburton was like 80%, Lou Dort has been putting him in an absolute chokehold. Lou Dort is an A-plus defender, and this defense as a whole has had the answers for Tyrese Halliburton for most of these games. Anyway, so now the fact that Tyrese Halliburton is wrestling with if he's going to play, if he's going to be 100%, which he's not going to be 100%. I think the way you play this is you say, okay, Oklahoma City probably is going to close it out, because here's the thing. I feel like the Pacers can withstand not having Tyrese Halliburton for like some of the game. But in the closing minutes, like, who has been the guy who has put the clamps down and hit those game-winning shots? It's been Tyrese Halliburton. So I think for me, it's going to be the Thunder. And also you look at TJ McConnell, because maybe the sabotage factor for the Thunder is the fact that when TJ McConnell was in the game for Tyrese Halliburton last game, he actually looked pretty damn good. He had 18 points in 22 minutes last game. I know that's a loss for the Pacers, but still, I think that's the one playable thing I really like tonight is TJ McConnell over his points prop, over 10.5. I think he's going to get some looks, and he's been really effective. So I think I'm going to trust TJ McConnell more than anything, and plus it's a low number at 10.5. So I think that's my favorite bet out of tonight's final game.
I would probably, and I like that bet a lot, I would probably lay the points with the Thunder here. Although Indiana has the bench strength potentially to keep this within the number, I do expect a lower scoring game because that Thunder defense is great. The Pacers have played better defense than they did during the regular season. One of the reasons why they're here in this spot. But I think I would go with Pascal Siakam. And right now his points prop is sitting at 21.5. I think that opened at 20.5. So it's being bet up, and I get it. But he had 28 points in Game 5. He has scored at least 20 points in 3 straight games. And there's no question that Indiana is going to have some sort of scoring punch to make up for the fact that even if Halliburton goes, even if he's okay, I just can't see a situation where he's markedly effective in this game. Maybe he will be. I mean, if Tyrese Halliburton somehow, because we saw how ineffective he was in Game 5, right? He had, 4 points, 6 from the field. He was out there, but he clearly was hobbled. If he somehow comes out and balls tonight, it will be an incredible story, but I just don't see it. So I would go over the points prop for Pascal Siakam. Let me throw this out there. And you will hear this somewhat. I don't necessarily subscribe to this, but if the Thunder win tonight, do people say, oh, well, yeah, they won, but also Tyrese Halliburton for the final 2 games of that series was really hobbled and was essentially ineffective because he was so banged up?
I think that would be some like dramatic narrative jumping, because the narrative on the Pacers for the longest time has been like, oh, it's a fluke. They don't deserve to be here. So now we're saying, oh, well, they're the better team. You know, the Thunder wouldn't have beat him if it wasn't for Tyrese Halliburton getting hurt. So I feel like we're too late in the narrative for that. I don't think people will be saying that. I think because we have seen the dominance of the Thunder for the entirety of the regular season, I don't think we will see much of that.
Yeah, I hope not. Ultimately, even going back to last year, haven't we been saying for 2 years, it's only a matter of time before the Thunder make that jump. They just need a little more polish, a little more experience, maybe an extra move here or there. And then they did that. That's the one thing that the Thunder did during the offseason, whether it's trading for Alex Caruso or bringing in Isaiah Hartenstein, who's been awesome. Like, they added the perfect pieces for this championship puzzle. So I agree with you. It's not like, oh, well, you know, the Thunder are lucky to be here. We've seen them build towards this moment. And also, injuries are a part of sports. It sucks. I get that. But that's the way it goes. Like, no one is giving any credit to the Warriors because Steph couldn't play in the final couple games of that series against the Timberwolves. It's not ideal, maybe you would have gotten a chance. But ultimately, that's just part of the game. And at the end of the day, a lot of guys are playing banged up. Some guys can't go, some guys can. That's part of sports.
Yeah, and I also think that the narrative for the Pacers is that it was a great story for them to just get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think I still subscribe to that. Like, even if they lose in the finals, even if they lose tonight, it has been an incredible season for the Pacers.
It certainly has. An okay season for the Lakers. But if they make it to the finals again, they're going to do it with a brand new majority owner. We've got that and some NFL news on the way. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the LA Lakers have a brand new owner. Hard to believe. Man, news came down yesterday. Have you ever been at a job where you got a new boss or a new owner and then things change dramatically? Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. I mean, you never really know. Ownership can clearly affect a franchise from the top down for clear reasons, and I'm sure the Lakers are going to be fine. We'll get into that here in a moment, but have you ever experienced that in any facet of your own life?
How much do we want to talk about our current company?
Jesus.
So I think I can say this. The guy that hired me for this job is not with Odyssey anymore. And it's because he took another job. So I think that it wasn't a huge change. Like, there wasn't anything that really changed day to day. But I think there is a confidence level internally that if you have somebody on staff that hired you that said, hey, that's the person I want working for us. Yeah. And then that person leaves, you're like, uh-oh, I hope the new ownership likes me as much as that last guy. Because we see this in sports where I know in baseball from this perspective, because my husband played baseball, and the Astros went through like a bunch of changes because the Astros used to be terrible. And so, all of the team that drafted Jake and all the guys that like Jake, they were out the door. And so the new regime came in and they had their own guys that they liked and they wanted to move through the system. So like there is a little bit of that. Like, luckily there hasn't been anything yet. Right. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. When I worked for NBC Comcast back in the day, our general manager, Rebecca, was amazing. And I'm still a huge fan of hers to this day. And this is a long time ago, so the sports landscape and how sports is broadcast and the platforms have changed dramatically. But I remember being in her office one day, and she was like, management, she was talking about NBC upper management. She was like, they don't know what to think about you. They don't really get you. She was like, but I do. She was like, I think you're great. She's like, and she was also from California. And so she had worked on, I don't know if you remember this, Best Damn Sports Show, period. This is a long time ago at Fox. And she had worked on that show and oversaw that show. And again, things were different back then. She was like, but listen, you let me worry about them and you keep doing what you're doing. She goes, I get you. And I was like, oh my God, like huge for me, right? So for years, and eventually I got the higher ups to sort of come around. It was just a different time. But then at the end, we ended up getting a different general manager. Very nice guy, but was definitely more, and I'm not saying I expect anyone to play favorites, but he was super neutral and really didn't forge relationships where I like to forge a relationship with the people, the people I work for, because those things are important. You can have important conversations or even casual conversations. But when she left, like, that was a huge blow to, not to my career, but just personally knowing that you had someone who had your back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you know somebody likes you and you have seen it in action, it obviously means something. It's just like one of those confidence things that I think people perform better at their jobs when they're confident that somebody likes. Like, that's in anything. Yeah. You're more confident in like friendships when you know your friends like you. So I think it's across the board in just about every situation. It's a confidence thing.
Oh, no question about it. Just knowing, and then you can be yourself. And also what's so crazy now is that some of the things that were questionable back then, like today, you wouldn't even bat an eye. It was just like, at the time, it was like, because NBC was kind of buttoned up a little bit at the time. And now when you have things like, could be Pat McAfee or Barstool or whatever, like anything that I do is like, nobody is saying, oh, wow, that's crazy. Just at the time, it was just a different time. But you're absolutely right. I mean, just all it takes is one. All it takes is one person to love you or one person who can't stand you. Like, that's true as well.
Oh, yeah. That's not good. When the higher-ups don't like you, look at Rafi Devers.
Seriously. It's like, you know what? I've had just about enough of you. You're gone. Well, bye-bye. See you later. Enjoy the West Coast, buddy. Well, since we're on the West Coast, might as well talk about the LA Lakers because they have new ownership coming. The Buss family has agreed to sell a majority ownership of the team to Mark Walter, who is the CEO of TWG Global. I mean, we all know what TWG Global is. I had no idea. They are a diversified holding company. So this is a man who has a ton, and I mean a ton, of business interests. He's also a business partner with Magic Johnson and CEO of the financial services firm Guggenheim Partners, which has an estimated value of $325 billion with a B, billion dollars. So this is going to be a $10 billion sale, far and away the biggest sale in American sports franchise history, topping the Commanders, who sold for just over $6 billion to the Josh Harris Group. But the Lakers, if you go back to their history, they have been owned by the Buss family since 1979. That's when they purchased the Lakers, the Kings, and the old LA Forum from Jack Kent Cooke for $67.5 million. Talking about making a killing. But Jeannie Buss, who took over as the governor of the Lakers in 2013 when her father passed away, will continue in that role. But since the Buss family took over, in 1979, the Lakers have won 11 world championships. I will say I did not see this coming, but if you look at Mark Walter and his history, he's involved in a lot of different sports franchises, and the fact that he's partners with Magic, I feel like if you're going to turn it over to someone, and we don't know how this is going to go, I feel like this is probably going to work out just fine for the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't think they would have sold it if they didn't think it was going into good hands. But it does feel like the end of an era for the Lakers because we have heard so much about the Buss family. And remember when they bought the Lakers? Like, obviously, I wasn't alive, but I have seen it chronicled through many a tale, whether it was the show on HBO, Winning Time, the rise and fall of the Lakers dynasty, where it talked about back then the NBA was not the product that it is today. And you needed to, like, jazz it up and make it entertaining. So the Lakers made it, a spectacle. It wasn't just a basketball game. It was an experience. And they got celebrities to come and sit on the front row. So what they've done with that franchise is it's not just a basketball team. It is a franchise in entertainment. So they've done an incredible job of doing that and also winning championships at the same time. So it cannot be understated or overstated. I don't know which one. How much they have meant to this Lakers organization. I feel like whenever you want a very blunt way and perspective on explaining something, you turn to Magic Johnson and his tweets. Jenks, get a load of this tweet.
Okay.
Magic Johnson tweeted this out yesterday. He said, I just talked to my sister Jeannie Buss to tell her congratulations and that I'm so happy for her and her family. I told her that her dad, Dr. Buss, would be very proud of her for getting $10 billion for the Lakers, the largest sports franchise sale in history. Thanks, Magic Johnson, for stating the obvious.
I mean, I'll say one thing about Magic. Magic is fascinating in that obviously one of the greatest to ever play the game. That goes without saying, even though I just said it. But as much derision or people just have a good time with Magic and his tweets, and you're totally right about that, his business acumen is unbelievable. Magic is worth over $1 billion, and he has created or been a part of successful business after successful business after successful business. He's part owner of the Commanders. You know, we were trying to put this in perspective when the Josh Harris Group took over, and Magic is a part of that. And so just imagine if you've been a longtime fan of the Commanders and Dan Snyder presided over this franchise on an awful reign, and then the next year he's gone and you walk in, you're like, is Magic Johnson here? Does Magic Johnson also co-own this team now? Or at least has a minority ownership stake? How do we go from this to this? Amazing? Like, Magic's here. Because Magic is all about good vibes, and he is a very good businessman. So when you have someone who clearly has a history with the Lakers, who is a successful businessman, and who also, will be a great steward of this franchise, I would imagine that definitely helps fans who might be even a touch nervous.
Yeah, it's kind of like his role as a basketball player, that he's like really good at facilitating. He's not just a scorer. He's somebody who makes everybody around him better. So it's funny that he does that in business as well. But as far as the Lakers go, I do feel like in this juncture, like they do have a bright future ahead of them. Because obviously with the Luka Doncic trade, it feels like whenever LeBron James rides off into the sunset, at least they knew how they have their new face of the franchise situated in LA. So I'm not sure what it means, for the Lakers over the long term, because like the Buss family was like a part of the, the fabric of the Lakers. But when this guy has such deep pockets, I'm not super concerned.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. And also, you talk about being a quiet billionaire. We were discussing this earlier. I know nothing about Mark Walter. This is the first time I've ever heard about him. And apparently he likes it that way. Normally, you can name the billionaires that are in the public eye or who have this kind of money because they're always out there and they're very, very public. He is someone who notoriously does not want the spotlight. And I kind of appreciate this. Like, this is the way I would be. If I had billions and billions, I don't want anyone to know about me. I just want to do my own thing quietly and spend my money.
Right. And the fact that this guy has accumulated such wealth and it still feels like this is a good investment, like just strictly from a business standpoint, doesn't it feel like all sports teams are pretty much a golden goose? Like, please, correct me if I'm wrong, because like I'm not in the market for a sports team, but we see this all the time, that there is a bidding war for franchises just because they make money hand over fist. And maybe the trajectory for the NBA isn't as like steeply upward as like the NFL. Like, this is still the Lakers that we're talking about, one of the premier franchises probably in the world.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, one of the premier franchises in the NFL is not the Cleveland Browns at all. So this is not a huge story, but we will mention it just because if it's Shedeur Sanders, you're going to hear about it in the media and probably on this show. Not a big deal, but on Tuesday, early Tuesday morning, 12:24 in the morning in Strongsville, Ohio, he was cited for speeding. Unbelievable. Now, he was going, though. Posted speed limit, 60 miles an hour. He was going 101 in his big black truck.
No.
Oh, yeah. So, A, it's dangerous. B, I would not want a potential starting quarterback for my team going this fast. I mean, you're putting your life on the line. But ultimately, it's not that big a deal legally. He has one of two choices here. He either has to pay a $250 fine or fight this fourth-degree misdemeanor in Strongsville Mayor's Court on July 3rd. What are you doing, Chelsea? You paying the fine? You going to court?
Well, isn't he known for the check down? So he's going to pay the $200 fine, right? Well, $200 is nothing to him, right?
$250.
It's wild to me that this... Oh, $250. But like for going 40 miles over the speed limit,
it's not great.
This feels like a small fine, right? Like I thought this would be a much bigger deal. Like going 100, that is reckless. That is reckless. And I think obviously this is a one-time thing and it's not that big of a deal. But when it comes to quarterbacks, the big deal is, okay, can this guy make good decisions? Because decision making is a huge part of the process when it comes to quarterbacks overall. And we've seen this be the problem for a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL, where the talent is there, the arm talent is through the roof, but they're just not great at making decisions. Look at Jameis Winston. So I don't know if this is a trend. It is a one-time thing now, but like, let's not make it a trend.
I haven't had a car in 20 years. But now I've driven a lot because especially during the fall, I have to get a zip car and I'll drive out to Northwest Stadium to cover the Commanders on Sundays. So I've driven, but I haven't had a car in 20 years. I remember the last time I got pulled over. I was here in D.C. in 2005, so it's been 2 decades. You drive. When is the last time you got pulled over and cited?
Well, I did have a headlight out. Is that your banner story you were looking for?
Yeah, why not?
I have a child. I'm not going 100 miles an hour. But I had a headlight out the other day. I didn't even get a ticket. They're like, hey, can you fix this? And I was like, yeah. And then I went about my day. So I don't drive recklessly, but I also don't own the cars that Shedeur Sanders probably owns. Like, does it say what type of car it was? Because I understand the temptation. Yeah. You have a great car. What kind of car was it?
Oh, it was a TRX. I think a truck. God, I read this and I forget.
Truck? Okay,
yes,
no then.
Okay. Am I wrong? Did I get this wrong?
I didn't see the car. If he was going 100 miles in a truck,
he was.
You got to at least triple that fine.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, dangerous.
That's
It was definitely a
reckless.
truck. I'm almost positive.
But what I'm saying is, like, the temptation is more if you have a sports car as opposed to, like, my 2010 Jeep.
Yeah, that's true. Also, officer, I don't know if you saw, there's a baby on board. There is a little sticker on the back of my window, so I might want to take that into account. Coming up next on the show, man, it has been a great week for all of us, except the Dogstrin, he really doesn't count. So we've got our best bets headed your way. Tell you where we're going today. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Oh, give me some Double D. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us on a Thursday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. We'll also talk with the Donkster as well. This is going to be really random. We got some time. What do you think Will Smith's up to? I was thinking about this the other day.
That is very random. You are correct.
I know. I think it's because I was on YouTube TV and it was suggesting some movie, and obviously he decided to disappear because of the whole slapping of Chris Rock. But when do you think he's going to reappear? Like, I was even looking at news items. I don't know why this popped into my head. And I was like, is he doing anything that I know about? Is he planning on some sort of reemergence? And it's just all quiet. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, apparently, according to the chat, everybody is an expert on Will Smith. I didn't know all this stuff. So according to, our production team, he is making another Bad Boys. He is releasing new music. So, Jenks, it sounds like he's doing the opposite of disappearing. It sounds like he is trying to make it back onto the scene.
I will say I did see that he released new music, but that went pretty quietly, did it not, Denton? Or am I missing it?
I think maybe it's just not on your part of the internet, which
That's
is
fair.
not a bad thing. I don't know what part of the internet was anticipating new Will Smith music.
Yeah.
I will say I haven't seen Jada Pinkett around him anytime lately.
I think that's probably a good thing, honestly. He
Oh,
needs to get away from that for a little while.
I feel like it's harder to keep up with celebrities because there are so many of them now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, it used to be you would just follow A-list celebrities and there was an Us News or whatever In Touch that you would look at the grocery store. But now there are TikTokers, there are YouTubers, there are, whoever, viral superstars from the internet that you have to keep up with all these people too. So it's just, there are too many things to keep up with.
I think that's probably a good part of it as well. Like, with as many avenues as you can go down, like, I'm not up to date on the latest Will Smith news. I did see his album. I didn't really look into it, even though I have a lot of his old music. But I'm definitely up to date on the latest TikTok dance crazes because the lovely Catherine is still trying to learn these dances, and I get them sent to me all the time. She will go through TikTok. Like, she's always on TikTok, and she sends me these TikToks. So I woke up this morning, and I had 10 TikToks to look at. Like, I'm like, honey, we gotta log you off for just a little while. And the last one, she put, I think it's time that I log off. And it was this viral dance that's going around. And instead of a person doing the dance, it was an animated goldfish. And I was like, yeah, it's time to log off now. You've definitely gone down a path. It's time to stop and do something different.
What's that like gif of, I think it's Clint Eastwood, and he's just like making this like really disgusted face. That's how I feel when I look at the internet each day, especially TikTok. Like, I don't want to do a dance. It's like people who reveal like really personal information about their life. They're like, getting a divorce, going to a custody battle today, get ready with me to see if I keep my kids. And you're like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you do a dance to this?
That's a very good point. I don't know. Man, I got my algorithm back on track. It's been good. Puppies, kids, couple dances, some news, some science. Like to educate myself. And then I thought, where's Will Smith? And Double D says he's also making a new Bad Boys movie. I've never seen any one of those. Are they good? Have you seen one? I've never even seen the first one.
I've seen one of them. I think I've seen the second one. And now that I think of it, I was like, yeah, Diddy had a great song on the soundtrack. And now I feel like I can't even say that. Like, it was a good one. Do you remember Shake Your Tail Feather?
I do.
That was the song. I think it was Bad Boys 2. I did like that song.
I thought that was Nelly. Is that Diddy? Did I get that wrong?
Diddy's on it. And
No, it's
Murphy
Diddy.
Lee.
Oh, Murphy Lee,
It was the
yeah.
whole cast of them.
He's definitely
There's a lot
part of
features.
Nelly's. Yeah, he's definitely part of Nelly's Saint Lunatics crew. I remember that from back in the day. No doubt about it.
Look at us.
Oh, look at us. All these old school references. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Joe O. It's Sammy P. It's a preview of tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I bet they delve into the College World Series a little bit as well. But for us, man, it has been an awesome week betting. Now, the Dogsters bet got rained out yesterday, but we had a perfect night, so let's try and do it all over again.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea Messenger, pacing the crew, 3-0 this week. What's the bet?
All right, let's knock on wood first. Knock, knock, knock. Okay, so I'm a little superstitious, but bet of the day for me is going to be in the NBA Finals. I'm going to go with Pacers TJ McConnell over his points prop of 10.5 tonight for -105. I think TJ McConnell is going to see some extra minutes in this one because Tyrese Halliburton, obviously not 100%. There's a chance he might not even play. Nobody will say anything. But even last game when Tyrese Halliburton was in the mix, when TJ McConnell came in, he was an absolute force to the point that some people were questioning, why did Rick Carlisle take him out? The guy had 18 points in 22 minutes. Clearly, he has something that is good at splitting the defenders of the Oklahoma City Thunder. So 10.5 seems like a very low number for him. He was great in the postseason last year. That's the reason the Pacers gave him a new deal following last year's postseason. So I'm going to go with TJ McConnell to have a decent night tonight. He's hovered right around this number for most of this series. And again, I think he gets extra minutes tonight. So over 10.5 points for TJ McConnell.
All righty. Best of luck, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the diamond. I thought about making one play because it's been a good week for this guy, but scared money don't make money. So I am going back to the diamond, and we're hoping to get some early money. Tigers run line hosting the Pirates. We've got Andrew Heaney going for the Pirates and Tariq Skubal going for the Tigers. Look, I just don't know how the Pirates are going to hit Skubal. Nobody can hit him. He has allowed one run over his last 4 appearances. That is a span of 28.2 innings, and the Pirates are awful. I mean, really awful against left-handers. Last in average, second to last in OPS, second to last in slugging in all of baseball. We know that Skubal has that old school mentality where he wants to go late into games, and that Tigers bullpen is going to be rested because this game was postponed yesterday. Also, the Tigers are exceptional against left-handers. They are 15-5 overall in their last 20 games against Southpaws, and they are a top 10 team when covering the run line. Tigers run line, -145 against the Pirates in Motown.
I wanted to say something intelligent, but I was like, how intelligent can I look while drinking out of a juice box? So I was going to mention WRC Plus.
Yeah.
And then our viewers on Stadium would be like, is she drinking a juice box? This is all I had to drink downstairs. So I have a child. We have juice boxes.
What kind of juice is that, by the way?
I'm glad you asked.
Ah.
It's goodness greatness.
Oh, my, that is definitely
Why
a
can't they
child's...
just call it grape? Or back in our childhood, it was simply called purple.
Yeah,
No
it's
flavor.
purple. Honest
Purple-y
grape.
Purple.
Honest grape.
Yes.
Didn't put that in the chat.
It's
Ah,
organic, in case you were wondering.
I was definitely wondering. I'm like, how can I not buy that? Now I know. Don't buy Honest Grape. But that's why you're the healthy one. And I'm a guy just looking for a meal at McDonald's. Maybe I'll get some money to do that today if I can win these baseball bets. So we got the Tigers on the run line, going the Yankees on the run line, -135. And you're like, dude, you're going the run line with the Yankees. They've lost 6 straight. Yeah, I know. They're too good for this. It's time for them to break out in a big way. They've got Carlos Rodon on the mound today. So struggled a little bit. Last 2 outings against Boston, no big deal because today he gets the Angels. ERA of 3.09 at Yankee Stadium. Opponents are batting 155 against him. And we are fading Tyler Anderson going for the Halos, fading him in a big way. He has an ERA of 6.31 when pitching away from LA this season. Over his last 10 innings pitched, he's given up 14 earned runs. The Yankees get on track, and they do so in a big way. Yankees run line, -135. Chelsea, am I pushing the limits here with this Yankees club that has looked really bad recently? Yeah.
The offense doesn't look great, but
I know.
here's the thing. Trends
Under?
eventually come to an end. Yeah, I kind of like the under, but I've liked it all series long. And again, that's the sabotage factor. I feel like when you jump on a trend too late. So maybe this is the time where the Yankees bats finally get up to the level of their payroll.
Yeah, it's time. Maybe that players-only meeting that they had yesterday will help. I never know how much
they
those
lost.
help. Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, didn't work out so well. God, they got to end it at some point. I feel like today is the day. Under might be a better play as well, especially if you don't want to lay that much juice. Guys, don't forget, we are on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network, and we make it easy for you to do. Just like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. We got to get to Sammy P. Donkster, get on in here. What is on your mind on this Thursday?
So the rumor is that Shadur Sanders got caught speeding and going 40 miles per hour over the speed limit. I hope he was at least texting when he got pulled over.
Donkster, why would you say that? That's incredibly dangerous.
Because he was in Strongsville, Ohio.
I don't know what that means.
You've never been to Strongsville.
No.
So you've never hooked up with Sally from Hobby Lobby in the back of a 2014 Civic because she didn't sell any cotton calico fabric?
No, I did not.
That's not what I heard, Dad.
Okay, well, it's rumors. Donkster, we need to play.
Squad play. Yankees. Run line against the Halos.
Okay. A halo? Will we put a halo over Sammy P because of that glow that he has each and every morning? I would. Good morning, Sammy P. How are you, buddy?
That was such a specific example. All the way around. You can't quite make that up. You know your buddy who's a big liar that just kind of elaborates on everything? That was way too specific by Donkster to be a lie. That's what
I think that was his point, but I don't know, man. You know, I don't know what's in that guy's head. What's in your head? What's going on this morning on the show?
Oh, I bet Halliburton over 13.5, so I can't wait for him to play 5 minutes tonight. Just can't wait. Can't wait.
Love that.
Is he going to go?
Why you're a gambler.
That's what I love it. Rolling the dice, see if he plays. All right, Sammy P, good to see you, buddy. Have a great show. That is it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, have a fantastic Juneteenth, fantastic Thursday. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, no highlights to jump in with today. Not a whole ton going on as we wait for NBA Finals game number 6. That goes down tonight. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you for the next 3 hours here on the BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com, Odyssey stations throughout the country, YouTube, Twitch, the BetMGM Network pages. Make sure you're subscribed over there. So, of course, we'll give a full preview of Game 6 going down tonight, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll touch on it as well with, of course, Nick Friedel. He'll be joining us at 10 a.m. Eastern. Michael Felder right after that to talk a little college football. I heard he's doing a whole lot of studying on Arch Manning tape, and got some other stuff planned throughout the day. We'll preview the MLB card, but some of it is a repeat, Sam. It was raining all damn day yesterday around here, so you end up getting 3 games postponed. We get some double headers going down today in baseball.
That Tigers and Rockies parlay probably would have come through yesterday because look out, the Colorado Rockies do it again. Did the Rockies do it again, or did the Nationals not do it again? I'm confused.
I think the Rockies did it again. When we're talking about a team, okay, now they're going to set the all-time losing record, and they just had a 3-game winning streak. Now this thing goes out to 4 here, and it wasn't the way they did it the other day when it was 7 home runs. I mean, they just got to the bullpen. The Nationals starter was outstanding. I want to say 8 strikeouts, no walks. And then once they got to the pen, put up 1 in consecutive innings. And that was enough because the Nationals can't do anything right now. I talked about it at plus 135 during the show yesterday. It closed even shorter than that. Rockies plus 125. But a winner's a winner, man. A plus money winner. And that one gets through. The Rockies do it again. How far away are they from catching the White Sox?
Oh, it's 4 games now, I think. 4 or 5?
We're talking this year, right?
I'm talking about the gap between the wins this season for the White Sox, 23. And the Rockies now have 17. Okay, so 6. I guess I just gave Colorado a couple extra wins. I will say, we made fun of them when they fired Bud Black. Oh, what's that going to do? They've been playing better. I don't know that it's all because Bud Black is gone. They've also played some really bad teams. The run differential is still minus 195, which is the worst in baseball, not even close. But I think we need to at this point because when we get to late June, early July, you start to see trades. And that's when these bad bullpens really start to shine. Maybe shine's the wrong word. Anti-shine. Washington's ERA now in the bullpen, 5.90. Only to be outdone by the Athletics, who have a bullpen of 6.13, a bullpen ERA. 6.13. And then Arizona third worst, 5.39. So Arizona, Washington, the Athletics are the 3 worst bullpens right now. It's very difficult to lay a price with those teams. Minus 130, minus 150, whatever it is. Not that they're going to be favored that much. As I say that, Washington, minus 160 today. BetMGM against Colorado. What do we do?
Yeah. We'll talk about that one coming up for sure. Okay, so 17-57, the Rockies. 74 games. And it's different because the White Sox actually worst part of the season was, as you mentioned, post-trade deadline, June, July, late June and July. It was just brutal. But through this point last year, the White Sox were 20-54. So 3 more wins for the White Sox at this juncture in the season. So who knows? The Rockies are actually scoring runs. They're not scoring runs in the Yankees. They did score, but just not enough. It's 7 runs in 7 games for the New York Yankees. They put up 2 last night, but it's now a 6-game losing streak for the Yanks as they lose to the Angels. That might be another one where you're like, do you just run it back? A lot of streaks going on throughout baseball, Sammy.
Rodon going to try and stop the bleeding, and they're betting him today. Minus 245 on the open, out to 285 at BetMGM. So a 40-cent move off the open. Is he really deserving of being almost a $3 favorite? I don't think so. Certainly not going to bet the Yankees, and I have no interest in even jamming them in a money line parlay. I also, you brought up the Yankees. Can we bring up maybe the Braves are going to sweep the Mets right now? Is that possible?
Certainly. Yeah, I was right on the Rockies, wrong on the Braves. 5-0. Chris Sale goes back out there, even though he was north of 100 pitches for that 9th innings. He sounded appreciative of that after the game, giving him a chance to go back out there. They were a $2 favorite, and they win 5-0. The Mets, another one of these long losing streaks in the game right now. I mean, even the good teams get these long losing streaks. New York is in a bad state right now as far as baseball goes. But yeah, the Braves, I don't know. We do this every time they win a couple games in a row. Does it mean now? Are they going to flip the switch? Is there no looking back with the Atlanta? I don't know if that's going to happen. It usually does happen with them, though, at some point in the middle of the season. Maybe this is the time.
I hope they make the playoffs, but I am very, very doubtful at this point in time. They're 33 and 39, 6 games back, 5.5 out of the wild card right now. So we'll see. I thought the most exciting baseball though yesterday was in Omaha, Nebraska. Did you see the end of LSU and Arkansas? Shout out Jake, who's got LSU to win the whole thing. I mean, these teams just scored a bunch of runs late. Arkansas got 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. LSU 1 in the 8th, and then 3 in the 9th to win it 6-5, propelling LSU even closer to another national championship in baseball. That was about as exciting as it gets. Late action in Omaha. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Reminded me in college football, when people always do hashtag college special teams, you are quickly reminded in these big moments, like, oh yeah, these are not pros. Not saying they're bad at all, because it's amazing what some of these players and the intensity of these games is bringing through the TV from Omaha, Nebraska. But man, just some blunders, some big blunders, a lot of drama, and everyone is pointing to runners on first and second. You have an opportunity to turn that double play, and you go get the lead runner. You're up by 2, and you get the lead runner on third base, and you decide to say no thanks to turning that double play. It's no guarantee. They're college players, not pros. If you look at the camera that was above the field of play, based on where the runner was going down the line at first, it looked like they would have turned it. If it's clean, they are turning that, and they are winning that game.
Usually it's the defense or lack thereof that gets you to this point. And as somebody who had North Carolina at 20-1 a long time ago, they have a 3-1 lead, I believe, in the 7th or 8th inning of their game against Arizona. And there's a runner at first, nobody out. Routine ground ball, second baseman boots it, everybody's safe. Arizona scores 3 runs, beats North Carolina 4-3. It's the defense. We talk about pitching, we talk about offense. Oftentimes, though, you have to be slick with the leather. And that was the deciding factor last night. So now we have a best of 3 for all the marbles. And LSU minus 190, some books minus 200. Coastal Carolina about plus 160. So this should be a great series. First game on Saturday, and LSU a favorite, $1.75 in game number 1. I also would like to point out, with all those late runs, I mentioned Arkansas gets 4 in the final 2 frames. LSU gets 4 in the final 2 frames. 6-5 final. The total was 10.5.
Ah, come on.
Yep.
Come on. Of course it was. Of course. Man. Yeah, once that happened, you're like, oh, LSU's going to win. Once that happened late. But yeah, it was a wild ride in that ninth inning. We're going to break that down later on this hour, the World Series matchup that we're getting there in college baseball, as LSU's a favorite as expected. We'll do that with Jake Hassan. I don't know, like a half hour or so. That should be a lot of fun. Game 6 tonight, man. Game 6. I don't think anything's really changed. It's exactly what we're all expecting. It looks like Halliburton's going to be a go. Officially, he's listed as questionable. Carlisle's like he's probably going to be a game-time decision. They're playing that up a little bit. I don't see any way he's not on the court. You look at everything, season on the line, he's going to be out there. He was out there for 34 minutes the other day. Now you get a couple of days to rest. He's going to be out there. And then you get these the reports about everything that he's going through to make sure that Halliburton is on the court. He's doing hyperbaric chambers. He's doing needles, massages, electronic stimulation. Special tape was being mentioned. They're doing everything they can, Sam.
I've used special tape in a past life, not for basketball.
Mouth tape?
Nope, not going there. I had mentioned yesterday, or maybe the day before, Coach Kilmer in Varsity Blues, when he's just shooting up the running back. The running back's knee is gone, and he's in there with the door closed. There's also a very funny scene. I think it's Not Another Teen Movie, when they're making fun of Varsity Blues, and the big offensive lineman. Big offensive lineman says he gets knocked out, and the coach goes, "Can he play? He's in a coma, coach, but can he play?" That's always what I think about when you have guys that probably shouldn't be playing. I did catch that Halliburton said if this was in the regular season, he wouldn't play, and he would probably miss a week's time. But they are going to do everything in their power. He's getting around-the-clock treatment from the Pacers medical staff. I bet over 13.5 points. My hope is that if he's not able to play, or he's like on the fence, they don't play him and I get a refund. For those that don't know, if you do bet a player prop and the player does not play, you do get a refund. My biggest fear is that they Willis Reed him and he comes out and plays 6 minutes or whatever, gets a bucket or two, and then they just go to McConnell and Neesmith and Matherin. It's very possible. I'm certainly gambling at this point, but for me, it was about betting the dip on a number that's moved 6 points. I want to reiterate what we talked about earlier this week. Halliburton's point prop in game 1 was 19.5. And a lot of people were willing to bet the over on that number. They were betting his over on points and his over on PRA. Well, now we're at 13.5. And everybody you talk to says he's hurt. Oh, he's not going to play. Oh, he's not going to be efficient. Oh, he can't shoot. Oh, he's not good. Okay. Well, you give me that 6-point wiggle room, I'm going to do it. He's got over this number in 16 of 21 games in the postseason. Not a big sample size, but it's a 6-point slide, and I'm willing to zig while everybody else zags. If he plays 5 minutes, it's going to be a bad bet and a loss. If he can give me 25-30 and actually put the ball in the basket, we could get there. So we'll see.
I'd be shocked if he plays 5 minutes. 34 minutes the other day, he's out there. And I know he didn't shoot much. That was clearly a choice. But you're out there for 34 and everything was not on the line. I mean, they made it close at the very end. It was a 2-point game. Let's not forget about that. But, I think he's going to be out there. I think the other interesting debate is the other guys, those others at home for the Pacers. Which ones are going to be out there? Because TJ McConnell, is it going to be a lot of Nembhard or less of that based on what we've seen over the last few games? I think that's an interesting conversation as well. So a lot going on with that Thunder Pacers game. The number 6.5. I think he's going to be out there. I don't know anybody that says he won't be, but that's going to be interesting. And the MVP, I guess, up for debate a little bit. People hunting for value, trying to make the case for Jalen Williams over the last couple of days. We can get into that as well. I'll ask Nick Friedel this. I'll ask you before we hit the break. Why should I care about the Lakers selling?
I don't know.
It's like everywhere. Like, I don't care. Why do I care about the Bus family and how many dollars that they're getting? Yeah, I know they're rich and they're going to be rich forever, generations upon generations. But I don't think it's going to change a whole lot in the league and how they operate.
It affects nothing from a betting standpoint this next calendar year. Now, if they're going to spend the way the Dodgers spend and allocate money into the franchise, okay, we can talk about 26, 27, 28, 29. But you can't fix that mess in 1 year, especially not when LeBron's there.
Nope. So lot going on, and we're going to preview in detail game number 6, NBA Finals tonight. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
An NBA champion could be crowned tonight. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll see what goes down in game number 6 NBA Finals. Now, the other day, we saw a new champion crowned in hockey, Stanley Cup champion. Once again, you get Florida. And Sam, cup's already damaged. I don't know if you saw this.
No.
There's a crack and a dent in the bottom. Yeah, it was cracked and the bottom was dented. It's not the first time it's been damaged, but like, I was looking over the list of times it's been damaged in recent history. I'm like, the keeper of the cup with the weird haircut, like, is he on thin ice? Is he going to lose his job? Because it's the same guy that you remember when you were covering the Blackhawks that was the keeper of the cup. The man probably has story for days. That would be an interview. Get that guy to talk about some stories, some things that he's seen in his lifetime, the summers that he's had over the years. But yeah, people don't realize how heavy this damn thing is, and it was cracked and damaged already, hours within getting the cup.
Believe his name is Phil Pritchard, and he's been doing this for almost 30 years now, if not longer. I also feel like he's one of those guys that doesn't talk about Fight Club. That's the vibe that I get.
He can't. Yeah.
At this point, you would have heard a lot. Now, there are secondhand accounts of people that have partied with the cup or people that have partied with the players who are throwing the cup off the balcony. There was one story, I can't remember the team or the year, but whichever team won the Stanley Cup brought it to the hotel they were staying at or something like that. And then they attempted to go to the roof of the hotel and throw the Stanley Cup in the pool. And it did not make the pool. It just slammed on the concrete. Yeah, some wild stories that you've heard over the years, but you're right. If that guy could talk or speak about what he's seen, I can only imagine. And think about all the different things that have been eaten or drank out of the cup. You know, some guys drink Bud Light out of it. Other guys put champagne in it. There were guys over the years that had kids that put Lucky Charms and milk into it.
No chance.
I've drank out of it, believe it or not. I drank out of it.
I believe it. I don't. See, it's easy to say now when it's not here and you don't have the pressure of other people saying, come on, do it. Come on. But just based on the stories that are out there, I don't think I would drink out of it.
Why? Why not?
There's a lot of things. You might catch something.
Oh, please. That whatever I would catch would enter my body, look around, and then run away. There's no way. That's
you. Yeah, it dies immediately. There's alcohol in there just killing whatever enters your body. It's a different story. Yes.
I did catch a picture of Marchand yesterday. The cup is I think between his legs or right outside of his legs. He's got a cigar in his mouth. He's holding in one hand a spiked iced tea and a coffee. And then in his elbow, under his arm, he's got a beer. So cigar, coffee, spiked iced tea, and a beer in his elbow. That guy was probably feeling no pain after Florida won the Stanley Cup, Brad Marchand.
Who? Now I'm forgetting who it was. I think it was Barkov, I believe. So after they won it, he's got the cup and he's ringing in his neighbor's doorbell at 5 a.m. and it's all on Ring camera. I saw SVP play it and he was laughing, talking about how they're just gone. They're inebriated, so drunk, carrying the cup. 5 a.m. He's just knocking. And he keeps hitting the bell just to show his neighbors what he just won.
I love that. Real quick, I know we're going to talk about the NBA game, which we already sort of touched on. I just found a quick search, took me to tasteofhome.com. Mm-hmm. Here are 9 foods NHL players have eaten out of the Stanley Cup. Okay, let me blow through these real quick. Number 1, poutine. Number 2, here you go. Marian Hossa and the 2013 Blackhawks ate a feast of pierogies out of the cup.
Let's go. I mean, you got these first 2 so far, A+. Poutine and pierogies.
Number 3, the 2019 Blues and Patrick Maroon toasted ravioli.
Okay.
Number 4, Wade Klippenstein of the 22 Colorado Avalanche filled the Stanley Cup with borscht.
No. No.
Number 5, Phil Kessel and the 2017 Pittsburgh Penguins ate hot dogs out of the Stanley Cup.
What? Like boiled them in there?
I don't think so. I think they just laid them in there. They took it to a golf course and filled it with hot dogs.
Okay.
Number 6, David Savard and the 2021 Tampa Bay Lightning put caviar in it.
Ugh. Okay.
3 more. Eric Johnson and the Avalanche in 22 drank Bloody Marys out of the cup. There's the Lucky Charms. They were eating Lucky Charms, the Florida Panthers that won it last year. Were eating cereal out of the Stanley Cup. And then number 9, I'm sure this is the most popular one, beer. Because, of course, why wouldn't you drink beer out of the Stanley Cup? Pierogies got you excited. I imagine you, Hossa, going to town on pierogies out of the trophy.
Damn right. As you're talking about that, I'm thinking of our favorite Florida resident, who will be joining us tomorrow, if Corby would eat a pre-dinner out of the Stanley Cup. Which we learned about his pre-dinner rituals out in Vegas. So looking forward to that coming up. He's got a bunch of college football numbers. But we've got NBA numbers. Let's talk NBA Finals game number 6. Sam, the number 6.5. Thunder are the road favorite. Before this Halliburton injury was widely known, before they admitted to it, a couple of days ago, you could get it as low as 4.5. But even though most of us are aware that he's probably going to play, and maybe once we get confirmation, this will drop down a little bit. But at the moment, it's sitting 6.5. Total has also come down a bunch. That has to do with the Halliburton injury, obviously. And plus, you get later in an NBA Finals series, you see these totals drop. The total was 230 in game number 1. Now we're sitting 221. So 6.5, 221, your numbers.
I don't love the side or the total. I'm not going to lie to you or to the people. Mm-hmm. Not a lot that I would risk a lot of money on. The only bet I have so far in pocket is the Halliburton over 13.5, minus 102. Some books yesterday were minus 110, minus 112. I wonder where that number closes. I don't think it can go much lower. The only thing I would think is that if they rule him in, and Carlisle has called him a game time decision, I use air quotes around that. If they rule him in, you might get a bump up. Can't imagine it goes much lower. So I thought I was buying the bottom of the number and the bottom of the market to get the 13.5. But if you remember, game number 4 in Indianapolis closed OKC minus 6.5. And I think they won by either 7 or 8. They covered barely, but the number closed 6.5. So we have the same number essentially that we had in game 4. Now, Pinnacle is 6. Chris is 6. A couple other books are 6, but a lot of places, including BetMGM, are sitting 6.5. So the number from where it was in 4 to where it is heading into 6 is the same, give or take. That tells me that the market believes Halliburton's going to play, especially when you see that 6.5 come down to 6. If we were inching towards 7, that would make me a little nervous about him not playing. But I think he's going to go, and I think the market thinks he's going to go. As for the total, man, it's difficult not to lean over 221.5. I also thought about the first half. You would think if the Pacers aren't in it early, they're not in it late. I mean, you get the white flag, maybe third, fourth quarter, and then they lose by 15 or whatever. If you made me bet a side or a total, I would lean first half Indiana +3. That would be my lean. But again, I have no desire to rush into a bet that I don't like in game 6 of a final. That's not how I roll, at least not anymore.
Yeah, the only thing that I would look at is props. I agree with you. And as the series has gone on, what's happened? When's the NBA market the tightest? The side of maybe the last game of the year, right? And they've kind of been pretty close on these sides and totals throughout the series. Like, yeah, I could see the Thunder wrapping things up tonight, and I could also see Indiana covering. that number of 6.5 at home. I do expect if they say Halliburton definitely in, it comes down a little bit. Are we talking a half a point? Is that where we're at? Because the expectation is he's going to play anyways, right? And some are already.
It's certainly,
yeah.
It's not going to 5.
No.
So
no.
Maybe we just see a clean 6 all over. I mean, this is a player that's important to their thing, but not. I mean, he's certainly not priced like a superstar. I know that's a hot take on a lot of the television shows that, oh, is he a star? Is he not? I don't know that he's worth that much. I mean, you'd clearly love to have him out there, but he's not anywhere near 100%. So the books are well aware of the situation. To answer your question, I think that pinnacle, that 6 could maybe go to 5.5, maybe. But then you'll see people that will be happy to lay 5.5 on OKC because it's a cheaper number. And, those people are probably of the mindset that Halliburton is not going to be effective. So they're going to be willing to lay 5.5 with a team that was a $7 favorite coming into the series. It's all chess at this point. Some people think he's going to be effective. Others don't. So it's difficult to imagine this thing running too far down. If he's in, if he's out, maybe we're to 7. But I mean, this 6.5 feels pretty strong with about 11 hours until tip.
I'm interested in the other guards with the Pacers, just where they put the numbers and which guys end up going over and under. A lot of chatter about TJ McConnell the last couple of days. He only played, 18 minutes in Game 5, and he put up 22 points coming off the bench. He had a plus minus as far as that game goes. Now, Carlisle was saying that he was tired. That's why he didn't play as much. Media gets their way. McConnell ends up playing a lot more. But my hesitation there is thinking that they're probably going to go down with Halliburton, right? If it's either or. But I do think McConnell is going to get more run in this spot. His points prop is 10.5. In the series, he's averaging 18 minutes per game and 11.2 points per game, coming off his best performance. So is he going to get more run at home? Possibly. Nembhard, same points prop. They put that one at 10.5. Okay, go ahead. Make a decision, guys. If you think one of them is going to go over, you pick the one. Nembhard has gone under in the last 3 games, scoring 7, 10, and 8 points in each of them when they've certainly needed Nembhard. He has not been there. So I could see possibly less time for him, but I thought that was pretty interesting. They put McConnell and Nembhard both at 10.5 points.
I have 3 words about TJ McConnell. Where's the room?
Number 1.
What do you think?
10.5. Over
he
10.
He just scored 18. Halliburton's hurt. Halliburton's hanging out with the tape and the needles and the electric stim.
Special
Halliburton, tape. Not a star. Halliburton hobbled. All that. Oh, McConnell. McConnell just had 8. His point prop's only 10.5. Well, 2 + 2 is 4, and he's going to get those minutes. And that number is, it's free. It's free cheese, Joe. I'm curious. I don't think it's a question of if he's on the Where's the Room list. It's how high he is on the list out of the top 5 props at BetMGM.
He'll be top 3 for sure. Number 1 is within reach. Yeah, it'll be top 3. Looking forward to that. And the MVP, the best price I see on SGA is -550. Jalen Williams' best price, 7-1. If you go Siakam, 14-1 if you think they're going to win back-to-back games. I do not. A lot of buzz on Jalen Williams after that 40-point game the other night, but people kind of forgot, SGA was awesome in that game too. And if you look at what SGA has done throughout the finals, throughout the series, like it dwarfs J-Dub. J-Dub is just trending better. But the first few games of the series happened when J-Dub was not as impressive. When I saw the stat that right now, SGA is top 5 in scoring and steals per game in NBA history, I was like, oh, yeah. Unless he does 40 again, I don't think J-Dub has much of a chance.
And it could be an award where the voters fall for the history. There are only 4 players that have scored 30 points 15 times in a postseason. MJ, Hakeem, Kobe, SGA. I know it's a finals-only award, but voters get wrapped up in history. That's a pretty telling list. Pretty telling.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. Price might be a little short, to be quite honest. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some College World Series on the other side. Jay Kassan will pop on and give his plays for that LSU Coastal Carolina series. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, we'll preview NBA Finals game number 6 with Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Michael Felder will also join us in that 10 a.m. hour. Thanks for hanging out with us. BetMGMNetwork.com. Bet_sweats on X. BetMGM Network on Twitter as well. Sam is at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. And Sam, wife and daughter still out of town at a dance competition. When I went upstairs, I just realized, I haven't let Tucker out today. Because he's in his crate while sleeping, completely forgot because the boy is in summer hours and now he's at the stage where he just sleeps all damn day. What a life! Those were the days, man. You just hang out all night and then you sleep until basically the afternoon almost.
I used to do that. I'm sure my parents didn't love it back in the day.
Yeah.
Yep, be up till 2 or 3 and then sleep until noon. You're sleeping your life away.
I can imagine your dad tugging at the sheets, trying to get you out.
Trying to get in the yard and pot plants and dig on a tree or whatever. Looking back, I wish I was up a little earlier, spend more time with my parents. But when you're 12, 13, 14, 15, it's all about yourself, right? You can be selfish at that point in life.
Yep, no doubt about it. Speaking of selfish, we got Jay Kassan, our guy, who grew up on a farm, so he did a lot of that tough work that Sammy P did not want to wake up and do. But College World Series, Jake, that ninth. Get your thoughts on that. What did you think? Because we were talking a little bit about the double play that was not attempted, but just as important, the Paul Aspen that was pulled in left field. How about that? That's all I kept thinking about. Dude, that thing ricocheted off his shoulder. It looked like it shot 50 feet.
That's the thing. Like watching that play, it like you said, it ricochets 50 feet off his shoulder into the corner too. Like if it just goes off his chest or shoulder, like straight down, the second run probably doesn't score. Arkansas probably wins the game. And also, like, people are killing Vahiva Aloy, the shortstop for Arkansas, saying, how can you not turn that double play? I thought he made the right play. Like, he's going to his right. Yeah. He's going towards third. There's no guarantee you turn that double play. You keep the force out, and you're still in a good position to end the game. I thought the fly ball was way worse than the unattempted double play. And then people are crushing the kid that he didn't show up to the post-game presser. Like, all right, like, get off your high horse. He doesn't owe you anything. His career in college baseball just ended. He's been there forever. I thought that was kind of lame. But, yeah, the fly ball, like, you could tell the Arkansas left fielder, like, he's like, he starts going back. Then you see it as like, oh, crap, oh, crap, oh, crap, oh, crap. And then he's debating in his head, like, do I let it drop? Do I let the run score? And then he just ends up diving. The ball ricochets. LSU ties the game, goes on to win. Arkansas's cursed. Man, like this, and people were tweeting about this. It reminds you of 2018. And for people who don't know, it's the ninth inning. Arkansas has a chance to end the game against Oregon State. It's 2 outs, fly ball into foul territory, and the first baseman, second baseman, and right fielder all run at the ball. And they all just stop, and the ball drops, and they're looking around at each other. Oregon State goes on to win the game and then win the series. It was a great game. It's awesome, but that's kind of why I didn't like Arkansas in the game. I thought LSU just kind of had it. Granted, you needed an act of God, basically, for LSU to win the game. But it's just, I don't know how if you're an Arkansas fan, you are punching air all day today.
You feel good, though. LSU, 9-1.
I feel amazing.
But you had both, right? Was this your preference?
Yeah, I prefer. So I had LSU at 12-1 from before the year. Had Arkansas at 10-1 from the middle of the year. Gave it out here. Gave it out on early odds and talked about it extensively. But I very much preferred LSU just because they have the pedigree. They've recently won a College World Series, famously with Paul Skeens and Dylan Cruz. And I just thought they were the deepest team. They have the two best pitchers left. They have the best player left, in my opinion, and Jared Jones, who had the game-tying home run last night and the winning single walk-off hit last night. So I preferred LSU. I would have been fine with either, but I think if it had been Arkansas that won last night, I think this series price would be much closer than it is. Like, I still think Arkansas would have been favored, but I think that would have been minus 140, minus 150 instead of the minus 190 that we're seeing right now with LSU.
There's a reality where you just can't have nice things. I think we have to pay attention to that possibility. So I'm
terrified.
Are you just rolling this, or are you going to bet a little bit on Coastal at plus 170 or so?
I'm good. I'm just team never hedge on this show. That famously for years has been the mantra, and I'm good with that. I think that LSU is most likely to win. I am terrified of this Coastal team. They are on a 26-game winning streak. The last time they lost, there was Pope Leo was not Pope when the last time Coastal lost a game. They've been awesome, and the thing is, they have taken belt to ass in every single one of these games that they've won in the tournament too. Beat Oregon State covered the run line on Monday night. They covered the run line yesterday as well against LSU. Louisville rather. They won by 6. So I'm terrified of this Coastal team, and they are a great pitching team. I think if this series LSU has to win in 2. They have Anthony Ianson and Cade Anderson lined up to start the first 2 games. Their third pitcher would probably be the guy that you saw last night, Evans, in a piggyback situation. You probably see Chase Shores out of the bullpen again, just like last night. So, whereas Coastal has 3 legit starters who have started 10-plus games throughout the year, sub 2.5 ERAs for all of them. They've been great. If it goes to 3, I'm a little worried about LSU, but also they just kind of have that it factor. They've come from behind multiple times throughout the tournament and won in fashions like they did last night where it seems like they're out of it. They've also won just by multiple runs and just put teams in the dirt by bludgeoning them to death. So I think the price is right. I think that LSU is the most likely to win, but I am scared of this Coastal team. They could definitely win.
Were they on your radar in the regular season? Saw that in February they were 100-1, 28-1 at the start of this tournament. But they were triple digits at one point, and sometimes you just get hot. But a good starting point, 3 legit starters, like you mentioned. So I was wondering if you considered them or not, because sometimes you're on some of these smaller schools.
Yeah, I'm beating myself up because I was on them last year at 90-1, and
that's right.
They obviously didn't win, and then this year they were a longer number, slightly. They were 100-1 coming into the year, and I looked at it, but they had a ton of transfers. They had a first-year manager. And so I stayed away. I talked myself out of it. Obviously, now I'm kicking myself. But and throughout the year, I was looking at them. I was monitoring. I was betting them on the weekends and game to game. But I never really they got hot. They got insanely hot. They've won 26 straight games. Nobody saw that coming. A first-year manager has never gone on to win the College World Series in his first year. There have been managers that have gotten there, and obviously, whatever. That's just history, and history is meant to be broken. Blah 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 blah. To answer your question, Joe, no, I never really got close to pressing the button after I looked at them before the season.
So,
which sucks.
Let me just rattle off a quick list here. Coastal won the College World Series in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Since that championship by Coastal, Florida, Oregon State, Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee. Those are all SEC teams but one. Oregon State wins it in 18 with pitching and defense. Florida, Vandy, Miss State, Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee. Pick your favorite SEC team, Joe, before the year and just see what happens, man. It's all SEC.
Arkansas.
All SEC.
Except Arkansas.
Arkansas. That's the one. That's the one.
Well, in 2018, that Oregon State team, they beat Arkansas. That's where the quote-unquote curse started.
How good was Auburn? I asked this because I noticed that Auburn swept LSU this year, but Coastal Carolina in a two-gamer, they took out Auburn both times. So I thought that, common opponents, people go too far with it, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Like maybe this isn't just some Cinderella.
And that point, I don't think they're a Cinderella. And to the common viewer, people who are parachuting in now for Omaha or whatever, they're looking at Coastal Carolina. It's like, small school, never heard of them for anything else. For football, basketball, they don't do anything. But Coastal's perennially a contender in college baseball. Like, they have a really good program year after year, going back to that 2016 team. Every year they're in the tournament. They're either in the Supers or in Omaha. They're always floating around. So I don't really consider them a Cinderella because pretty much year after year they are pretty much a contender. To answer your first question about Auburn, they were a good team. I mean, they were a host. They hosted a regional. They hosted a super regional. They were really, really good. They just ran out of gas, and they just didn't have the pitching. Like, they had one really, really good pitcher, and Samuel Dutton. He was awesome. He was their ace. But Coastal has 3 legitimate pitchers. Now, we'll see how this goes with LSU because they have 2 guys who are going to go top 10 in the next 2 drafts. But Coastal can throw 3 guys at him. And then, like I said, if it goes 3, I'm a little worried. I'm very worried, actually. But we'll see how it shakes out. Auburn was good. Was surprised that they swept LSU. I think they caught LSU at the right time. But also you get that with rivalry games sometimes, especially in conference and the SEC.
Well, I'll say one last thing on this. Coastal better show up in a way that Coastal's fans are not showing up on the Jello shot board. I don't know if you've seen this, Joe. They do that Jello shot challenge. So Coastal Carolina fans have taken down 6,500 Jello shots. LSU 23,651. It's not even close. Not even close.
Wow. Is this a bucket list for anybody going here? Because it's always talked about the week of. Yeah. It's like something that you forget about. And then when it happens over the month, you're like, oh, man, I got to go. This is one I'd go to.
I want to go. Definitely.
Yeah. I'm dying to go.
Dying?
When Illinois makes it, we'll go, Jake.
Yes. Down, in. How's
their program? They must be bad because Sam took the mug.
They ain't making it. Ever.
No. Ever. All right. We'll talk some NBA Finals game number 6. Back-to-back guests, 2 of our favorites, Nick Friedel and Michael Felder will be joining us. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Game number 6 tonight could be the end of the NBA season, and then turn right back around. We get to the NBA draft. It's nonstop, and a bunch of news. Already some trades going down, talks about what trades will be next, changes in ownership, a lot happening in the association. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This hour we are live on X for the video platform of this show. Go to the Bet Sweats account, bet_sweats. Click on the link there if you want to hang out this hour over on X. On the line now, Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more, HyundaiUSA.com. How you feeling, Nick?
I'm good, buddy. How we doing today?
I need some of this treatment that Halliburton's getting. You got H-wave, needles, massages, special tape. I need that
Special
life,
tape.
Nick.
What it brings to mind is, and Sammy, you and I might have been standing there at the exact same time years and years ago. I'm in Chicago, and Joakim Noah was dealing with some sort of plantar fasciitis, and his foot was just killing him. But they had just won some game, and it was like right at the end of the season, and he knew he had to be out there. And he's got this big smile on his face. He's like, man, they're going to shoot me up like a horse tomorrow. And everybody just stood there like, whoa, I don't know if that was what you wanted to say or if that is what everybody around you wanted you to say. But the amount of things that can happen to high-level professional athletes when their team desperately needs them to be out there, it wouldn't surprise me what Tyrese Halliburton is taking, what he might do leading into the game, whatever it takes to be on the floor. It sounds like he's going to do what he's going to do when he's out there. We'll see, because as we know, Game 5 didn't look so great in the moment. So I would not be feeling really good about Tyrese having some massive game, but as we've seen before, sometimes mind over matter in these situations, and we'll see what happens later.
Yeah, and we remember last year how the season ended for them with that injury, dealing with ankle soreness earlier on in the series. Now we've got the calf injury, and it seemed like he was just okay. A big deal is made of no field goals, but really, Nick, no field goals attempted, because he realized I don't have it today, where that game, that facet of his game was a bit removed. I mean, we're all guessing. We assume that he's going to be out there. Which version of Halliburton are you expecting to see?
I think he's going to try to start off very strong because, Joe, he knows what he represents to this team. But this goes back to the other night. If you know you don't have it as a top-tier player on a team, what you're trying to do is get other guys involved because you know you don't physically have the push or the lift that we're used to seeing. So I think that is a huge problem. It's why I have thought for a while that for all the flaws that the Thunder have shown, they're just a better team than this Pacers team. And they're certainly a better team than this Pacers team if Tyrese Halliburton isn't close to what we are seeing, because I think we'd all agree, especially late in these games, they're trying to find him, and he has saved them time and time again over the last couple months of the postseason. So I am not expecting to see anywhere close to the Tyrese Halliburton we've seen throughout this postseason, but I've watched enough big-time NBA games over the years to say, well, just when you think you can completely count out a guy who is injured, who doesn't look right, who doesn't move up and down the floor the same way, that's usually when they can surprise you the most. So I wouldn't be betting on Tyrese Halliburton tonight, but I'm sure there are a lot of people that are saying that. He's hearing that, and he's going to try to make everybody eat their words.
I'll just raise my hand.
There it is, right there.
I have gone over. Look, it's numbers. It's numbers. Nicky,
it's
numbers.
Math, bro.
I don't say bro. Try to erase that. C-U-H, his point prop in game 1 was 19.5, and everybody was betting the over, and he was coming under. And now we're 6 points lower. We're 13.5, and everybody's betting the under. So it's a full reversal, but that's what I do. Look, if he plays 5-10 minutes, I'm going to lose, but I'm plugging my nose and playing the over 13.5 points. We shall see, buddy.
Well, Sammy, to exactly what you're saying, if he comes out early and he's looking pretty good, I think you're in great shape. The first 5 to 10 minutes of this game specifically for him, those are crucial. I give you another comparison since I was lucky enough to be there in the moment, and it's certainly not the same injury, but it reminds me of the setup of Kevin Durant in that Game 5 in Toronto. He hadn't played in weeks. This is in the 2019 finals. He hadn't played in weeks. The Warriors really didn't need him because they were so overwhelming, but they were down big time to the Raptors, and they couldn't find any rhythm. So here comes Kevin Durant at the beginning of that game in Toronto, and he's hitting shots all over the floor. And you're like, oh, my gosh, they're going back to Oakland. They're going to win in Oakland. We're going to come back for Game 7, and this is it for the Raptors. The story was feeling good with Kawhi, but they don't have enough to beat this Warriors team. Well, Kevin Durant takes one wrong step in that game on that calf, because remember at that point it was just a calf injury, and boom, his Achilles is gone. But to compare it to Halliburton in the moment, I would expect Halliburton to be aggressive as hell tonight. He knows what's on the line. He knows that he's the guy, and he knows that he wants to shake off the performance from the other night because he just wasn't moving the same way. So the first few minutes, if you believe like you do that he's going to be over 13 and a half and start rolling, are gigantic, because if he finds the rhythm he needs early, they're going to look for him more, and he's going to gain more confidence that his body can hold up.
Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second with Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel here on Bet Sweats. Do you think this is over?
Yes. And I think that because the Thunder have just been so good for so long, and they've risen to the challenge every time that they've needed to step up a little bit more. I mean, the amount of texts on my phone during Game 4 that had a similar message of the Pacers are going to do this. Like, it's on. The Indiana is going to not only win this game, but they're going to find a way to go and win one of the next few games, and the Pacers are going to win the title. Are you kidding me? Even then, I believe so strongly that the Thunder were just better that I went, no, hang on. Let's see what happens here. And, Joe, the reason why I don't even care what happens in Game 6 is because in these series where it becomes very close, even if in my mind there's a team that's clearly better than the other, what do the Thunder have that the Pacers do not? They have the best player. And they have the guy that can put the team on his back whenever he needs to and just start rolling and getting everybody else going. I know the Thunder have gotten contributions from a lot of different guys, certainly the last couple nights. But when Shea gets the ball for that group, he knows that he's going to find a way to score, and they do. And when you have that type of confidence up and down a team, it permeates all over the place. So I think the Thunder win tonight. I think this thing ends in 6. But either way, even if Sammy's prop comes through and Tyrese Halliburton is awesome tonight and the Pacers win, the Thunder have the best player. Their defense still is very sound, and I just think they have a little bit more than what Indiana can offer.
If the Pacers were to win, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, not calling my shot, I don't even think I'm going to bet the game side or total. If they were to pull this off tonight, though, I would have a hammer on the Thunder in 7. I think they would blow them out, but I don't know that we get there, as you just alluded to. This is more of a big picture question. How pumped are you to watch the West next year all the way around? I mean, you got this team coming back, ideally at full strength. You got the Joker and Murray, ideally at full strength. We'll see what Houston does, whether it's in free agency or via the trade market. San Antonio with Wemby and Castle and Fox, do they make a move? You've got a lot to be excited about in that West. And, I mean, that's going to be a 5-6 team conference, I think, at the top where any of those teams could be able to make the finals next year. That's my thought.
The West next year, Sammy P, is the place that any NBA fan, or if you're just a bettor who is watching night to night, those games are going to be awesome because of the talent that is involved on a daily basis. The East, it's kind of up for grabs. The Celtics are just not going to be there next year as far as the top goes because of the Tatum injury. You've got teams like the Magic that are pushing all their chips in, and you go, okay, yeah, maybe, I guess. Night to night next year, the West should be awesome. And when you have that type of top-level talent, it filters into a lot more of those regular season games because, guys, I think we'd all agree over the course of even the last 5 or 6 years, the intensity in an NBA regular season game, especially compared to the postseason, the kind of stuff we've been talking about the last couple months, it's not close. I mean, the regular season games, these dudes just kind of going up and down the floor, and there are moments where you're like, oh, come on, what's happening? I say that because when you have that many really good teams and you have that much star talent on the side of one conference and the teams are getting better, there are plenty of nights in the regular season when the switch turns on for guys and they go, all right, we want to send a message. We want to prove a point right now. When that happens, the games get more intense. They're more fun to watch, and they become more entertaining. So I am very curious to see how that plays out. But to your point about the West, when you start looking at the teams involved and the teams that are coming together and have another year under their belt, or they bring somebody else in, whether it's a trade or free agency, that's when you start to go, okay, I can see it, that this is going to be pretty cool.
Speaking of all that talent in the West, you're also getting Cooper Flagg. You're going to get the number 2 pick, which could be Harper. In 6 days, snuck up on me. You always forget how, okay, the season ends, and then we've got the NBA draft right around. Of course, all the conversations start with Cooper Flagg there. What are you hearing from people in the league about the strength of this draft? Because all we hear is Cooper Flagg, Cooper Flagg, Cooper Flagg. How about as a whole?
Joe, it's an interesting point because I think in the last couple of years it was always, well, this draft's going to be unbelievable. And what we've seen as kind of time has gone on is it's like, okay, Cooper Flagg's awesome. And I tell you again, he is that good. Anybody who's like, I don't know, he went to Duke. Come on, the kid's from Maine. Really? Cooper Flagg is going to be some kind of star in the NBA? Yes, he's awesome. After that, you kind of look at this draft now and you go, there's always a couple guys there. There are always, I mean, I'm looking at Castle from the Spurs last year where you go, Stephon Castle, what? And now all of a sudden he's the rookie of the year and he's putting up numbers. I think as I talk to people around the league, it's not that there's not talent. There's not as much high level talent as we thought maybe a year ago now or 2 years ago, because it felt always like this 25 draft was going to be some kind of huge game changer. Specific to the picks after Flagg, though, I like Harper's game. I think he knows what he's doing on the floor, and it will translate well in the league. Knipple, he can shoot the hell out of it. We know what that means in this era of the NBA. After that, you can pick a lot of different guys, and you just hope for the best. But I think it is very, very clear. Flagg is that guy. It depends on how everybody else develops, if there's another dude that is in the middle of everything. But the type of talent that everybody was expecting to be there and the type of talent that is there right now, there's a pretty big gap in where it was and where it's supposed to be.
We have like 30 seconds. I just need a quick reaction from this Sun-Times report. Bulls have extended the contracts of Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley and are close to an extension with Billy Donovan. Your thoughts?
Billy is a really solid coach, Sammy, and you want to keep Billy fine. It's like the least pressurized job in the NBA. The fact that Karnisovas and Eversley have extensions, it should make Bulls fans so very upset. In all the years I've been doing this, when you talk to people about this Bulls front office around the league, they just sit there and they're like, are you kidding me? I can't believe the moves that have been made. So, of course, they're getting extensions. That's why the Bulls are the Bulls, and it's why they continue to have the issues that they have over time.
Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. You put your safety first, everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, hope we could talk around the draft next week already. Really appreciate your time throughout these
Guys,
NBA
it's been
playoffs.
awesome. It's been awesome being with you, and I will talk to you soon somewhere.
You got it. All right, coming up next, Michael Felder on college football. Arch Manning breakdown right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Rolling right along. Bet Sweats here. 10:21 on the East Coast. We should remind you that BetMGM is giving you a chance to win $500 in bonus bets. $500 in bonus bets. All you have to do is go on X and follow us at BetMGM Network. Follow at BetMGM and tag a friend, and you could potentially be one of the winners for $500 in bonus bets from our friends at BetMGM. Joe O, Sammy P. I believe Joe O is dealing with the dog right now, who he had to take outside. So we'll tag in with him in a second. But joining us on the line, you can see his handsome face if you're watching on X, on YouTube, on Twitch. College football analyst from In the Bleachers. That is the one and only Michael Felder. What hat is that? What are we rocking today, buddy?
This is the Montgomery Biscuits. Minor league baseball team. My buddy works for them. So
The Biscuits.
yeah, man.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun. So I saw in your latest email that you've been going to work this week, huh? Little Arch.
Buddy. Yeah, I've been working on Arch. That should be up to actually that should be up later today. Because I wanted to go through and pull some things that he does. But Arch, I like Arch Manning. Like, I don't know if he's a Heisman candidate for you guys. Do you have him on is he on your board for Heisman?
Well, he's favored, so he's got to be.
He's the favorite?
Yeah.
Woo! And I can tell, like, here's the things that I see when I watch him play, because I have to cut this video together a little bit later. But when I look at Arch, hang on, let me look at what I got. He's got some athleticism. I've seen people call him an athletic Eli, which is good. He has the patience that you obviously see from Peyton, but I love the way that he can, and to bring it out of his own family. There's a little bit of Patrick Mahomes in him in terms of changing arm slots, punching the ball in, and being able to make throws under pressure and being able to move a little bit. And I mean, if you can, I don't care if it's against UTSA, doesn't matter. Like, this guy has a 67-yard rushing touchdown. Like, that doesn't happen very often out of that family, obviously. So and then obviously there's, the 30, I think it's 31 yards against Mississippi State. That's an SEC team. Like, I know they're not great, but still. So there's a lot to like about him. I am excited about him. I want to see what his weapons look like around him. But the other thing with Arch, for me, is he went to St. Louis. He went to St. Louis for Wingo to show up at the camp, and he got along. Like, this is a guy, from everything that I hear, from everything that I'm seeing, he is the antithesis of Aaron Rodgers. And not from a football standpoint, but from a person standpoint. His teammates like him. His teammates want to play for him. And I think that's going to go a long way. So, yeah, if he's the favorite, he's the favorite. Let's rock and roll, baby.
How do you view this quarterback class? Like, it sounded like you were a little surprised that Arch was the favorite, but we know a lot of that is people bet on what they want to see happen. And we've been waiting for a long time for Arch to be the man, and now he's going to take over. I'll just give you the top of the board just as far as Heisman goes. Nussmeier, Klubnik, they're pretty close with Arch. Then you get Jeremiah Smith, but I'm seeing a lot of national stories and sellers. Like, we've talked about Lagway a bunch.
Yes.
Going into the season, how are you viewing this QB class? Because last year we know how it was viewed. Like, people are like, this is trash.
Yeah. And I think the draft kind of played that out. So, love Nussmeier. Again, a guy that's got the pedigree, not as highly touted as the Manning pedigree, but still has that pedigree. I think the state, like the state of South Carolina, the one that's below me, has the best quarterback situation. They are not Carolina. They're not USC. They are South Carolina. But with Sellers, they have a quarterback that is going to have massive impact and can win games for them. And then obviously Kate Klubnik, I love him. I think he's another quarterback. I mentioned it with Arch, but I think that Cade is another guy that the kids really relate to and they like. And so I think he belongs on that board. And then we go a little further south to Georgia. And I think Gunnar Stock. I think Gunnar Stock. I think he ran off Carson Beck. When you saw what he did in that SEC championship game, Beck was like, "Oh, they like him, and they just are around me." And those are two different things, right? Like when you're like you hang out with girls in a friend group, and they're just like around you. That's fine, but like when she wants to like snuggle up a little bit and maybe you guys make out, like that's Gunnar Stockton and that football team. Like that team likes him. They want to hang out with him on the weekends. Carson Beck was just there.
What's this? Sam? Maybe we make out nonsense. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is like. Gunnar Stockton is like, he's a dude that they want to hang out with. And again, to go back to the Aaron Rodgers metaphor, I had a friend that played for the Green Bay Packers. He said if Aaron Rodgers would have called them on a Friday, on a day off, to hang out, they would have been like, no, I'm not doing that. And that feels like, that's how Carson Beck feels. Do you have all the tools? Sure. Do we want to be around you? No. Gunnar Stockton, Stetson Bennett, Jake Fromm. They get down with those dudes. They hang out with those dudes, which goes back to Arch Manning going to St. Louis to hang out and do a camp with his teammates. That's you getting down with your dudes. Because at the end of the day, your hay is made by the guys in the trenches, right? And your wide receivers and your running backs. And if they just are there playing a part, that's very different than a guy who they really do want to work for. And that's the part that I think is interesting. And I think that's where Gunnar Stockton is going to make some hay. I think I like Gunnar Stockton to me, I think is a better fit. We saw it in the SEC championship game, right? Where this dude he got his helmet knocked off. And in Gunnar Stockton, he didn't look at the refs to ask for help. Gunnar Stockton got up, said, "Give me my helmet back. I want to run this next play. Let's go." And I think that's something that Georgia whole locker room appreciates way more than any time they've appreciated Carson Beck.
So we are not Carson Beck guys. Let me start by saying that. That said, you don't really have to be tough to play quarterback at Miami. I mean, you don't. You're not going to get touched. You got 2 NFL offensive linemen. And that system, I mean, not to compare Cam Ward and Carson Beck, but look at the statistical difference from Cam Ward at Wazoo and Cam Ward at Miami.
Right.
Let's also remember that Mario's put Justin Herbert and Cam Ward in the top 10 of the draft. So I think there's this faction of people that think, while Carson Beck might not have been the greatest teammate at Georgia, he will reinvent himself as a statistical stat patter and just put up monster numbers at Miami. And I don't want to ignore that possibility. Those are not my words. But what happens if he comes out week 1 against a big opponent and throws for 400 yards, man?
Fantastic. Good for him. I'm not rooting against him at all. Like, I want him to be successful for sure. I think the big thing for me is, I guess I'm looking at the long game and what that looks like. Not just like, yes, big stats. Maybe he even does get an invite. We thought he was going to get an invite last year to the Heisman ceremony. And obviously not great, Bob. So I I see you, Joe. I see you, Joe. Oh, I see you. You got it.
Yep, I got it.
So it just, for me with him, even there's something that's interesting. So I'm going to go with 3 things. 1, you can't show up at Miami and get your Lamborghini stolen. Like that's also not great, Bob. Like, you can't show up at Miami and get your Lamborghini stolen. But two, like you can't. He's going to have to put up numbers. He's going to have to do numbers, and I don't know what that looks like without like Restrepo, right? So we'll see. It's one of the things that I always say is it's hard to have. He's not a young quarterback, but he is a new quarterback to their system and to this team. And it's hard to have that with new receivers. You lose your tight end and you lose your best wide receiver. So these guys are new. These wide receivers are new. And it's hard to have new and new. It's one thing to have like a new homeowner in a new house. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know. It's another thing to have someone who's owned homes before in a new house. So when something goes wrong, they understand if I can fix it or if I need to call someone. If you have an older home with a new homeowner, that house has already been worked on. And this is new to me with Miami. And they're going to have to figure out a way. And it's going to take, I don't know if they hit the ground running. And I think that's the part that we have to talk about with the portal, that we have to talk about with, from a recruiting standpoint. New and new, they don't always match up together. And that's the part where you have to start to figure out things. And it does, maybe it takes a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because these guys have never been in live action together. And to speak to your point about quarterbacks not having to be tough, if you're wearing a red, or I don't know what color Miami's jerseys are, if you're wearing a red or an orange or whatever it is jersey, that means you have not been hit. So while they do have two guys that we project to go to the NFL on the offensive line, he hasn't had to worry about someone touching him since the last playoff game. His last playoff game. Like this is it's a confluence of things that I do think matter, because you have to worry about, will they protect him? Can he get out of the way? And what do the routes look like with these receivers when he's actually under fire?
A couple more minutes with Michael Felder at In the Bleachers on X. Last week I was in South Carolina for a baseball tournament, and one of the families decided to drive there. And their thing is they love to visit college campuses.
Nice.
If they can get on the football field or basketball court at some of them, it's awesome. So they went to Duke. Floored. Number one on their list now. And then they went to North Carolina. I won't tell you. They were not as impressed with North Carolina. But maybe...
What? No, hang on. Time out. Not as impressed with what? No.
I thought it was a little unfair to compare it to Duke, right? You go right after. Like, it's not going to be... Come on.
No, first of all, they are the two most beautiful campuses in the country are UNC and UVA. UNC and UVA. Huh?
How many have you been to, would you guess?
Do I think? I don't know. Probably 35.
Oh, damn.
I've been to a lot of schools.
I'm just going off their word. I've not gone there.
What they like Duke is like super. Duke. No, see now I'm activated. Duke is very gothic.
Okay.
Duke is very gothic. It's got a lot of got gargoyles. And what did they like about Duke?
They kept talking about the buildings. Honestly,
the buildings.
It was
they're super
campus.
Yeah. It's mad small. It's super gothic. If you go to UNC, you go to UVA. UNC and UVA and Georgia are kind of a replication of the same thing. And it's trees. It is brick walkways. It is like I cannot, and I will not stand for this. That is ridiculous. Absolutely not. Our campus, and here's the other thing, because I don't know if you know this right now. They're having a massive issue in Durham where the workers, the people that work at Duke, are not thrilled with the fact that they do not get treated like they are part of the university, even though they live in Durham. And Duke does not support Durham. Duke is Duke by itself, because people that go to Duke, guess where they're not from? They're not from the state of North Carolina, even though the people that work there are from the state of North Carolina. But to go back to my main point, UVA, picturesque. UNC, picturesque. You go down Stadium Drive at UNC, and you're going to get dorms to your left, trees to your left and right, and you're going to get the stadium inside of the actual university. And it's in there because there's dorms on the other side. There's dorms to the back. There's one of our dining halls is behind right there. I've been to Duke many times. No, absolutely not. Will not stand for it. That I cannot cotton to that.
But you do hate them, though, right? I mean,
no, I don't hate Duke.
No,
I don't hate Duke. No.
Okay.
I play football. They're not our rival in football. Our rival in football is NC State.
Well, I just figured it would rub off on you. Look at it.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to the Belichick question. I didn't even get to it.
I'm glad. I'm so tired of it.
Yeah, we haven't seen much, so I'm like, I guess there's nothing else going on. Always appreciate Michael Felder jumping on. Hopefully we can catch up in a couple weeks from now. At In the Bleachers over on X, check out his piece on Arch Manning. He said that video is going to be out very soon. Make sure you check it out. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, Michael Felder, he got activated there defending North Carolina's campus. I didn't know he was going to be that animated about it. Always a fun visit with him. You never know what's going to end up coming up in that conversation. We'll do the MLB card coming up top of the hour, 20 minutes from now. It's a heavy MLB card with all the makeups, a few washouts that we had yesterday. So we get a couple of doubleheaders that are going down today. A lot of different stuff going on. And I don't know, it was kind of flown under the radar a little bit, but there were some people flying in cars yesterday or over the last couple of days. I saw the Shador one, and then there is another one. An NBA player got busted. Man, this is the time to be. This is what we were talking about the other day with the wait for the NFL training camps. All teams are hoping, please don't get in trouble. Please don't get in trouble over the next 6 or 7 weeks. And we saw one very popular soon-to-be rookie getting in trouble.
Shador Sanders, former Colorado legend, ticketed for driving 101 in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. So 51 miles over, 101 to 60. And then this just came across yesterday. Zach Edey, former Purdue Boilermaker and current Memphis Grizzly, was back in Indiana, I believe outside Lafayette. According to the Indy Star, Edey was stopped for going 101 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone. So if you thought Shador Sanders was flying over the limit at 51 over, how about Zach Edey at 56 over?
So they're both wow. I've been stopped in Indiana. I've gotten tickets in Indiana. You don't play for Purdue anymore, man. Can't do it. He probably drove however the hell he wanted when he was in college over in that area, but they stop you, man. They've got a lot of checkpoints. Like I used to go to Ohio all the time, driven through it, other directions. Indiana troopers, they'll get you. I've been stopped like at 15 over on the highway. So you're going that much over, you're a dead duck, even if your name's Zach Edey.
Those Indiana troopers are in shape too. Svelte, taut. They look like they could whoop your ass. Illinois State Trooper, he's got pastrami hanging out of his mouth.
Just got mustard from the hot dog and the Maxwell Street Polish hanging off his lip. Yeah.
The Indiana State Trooper and the Illinois State Trooper. By the way, I did see an incredible response to the Shador Sanders news. You know how I am. I take screenshots of everything I see. So there's a guy who goes by Post Malone, Proctor Malone on social. I'm sure that's an alias or something. I don't know. He's not the real Post Malone, obviously. So he quoted the tweet about Sanders going 101 in a 60 and commented, "That's nothing." A couple months ago, he went 144 when he was supposed to go 25.
What?
In the draft, Joe.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty good.
That's very funny. I don't know. I thought that was hysterical.
It's pretty good. I'm looking at the cars that they were a little distracted because I'm looking at the difference in the cars between the two. So Shador had a Ram 1500 TRX truck, and then Zach Edey was going 101 in a Kia Sorento.
Okay. Kia Sorento. How big is
I didn't
a
know
Kia
they
Sorento?
go.
That's an SUV, I think.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it? Isn't everything now? Pretty much. But that's not a. You can get one for like 30 grand. But come on, Zach Edey. Can't step it up a little bit.
I was thinking of I always bring up The Simpsons when I can. There's that character. I believe he goes by Very Tall Man. He was like 8 feet tall, and he would drive that little Beetle around Springfield in the show. Mm-hmm. So he'd like cramp into the car. That's how I picture Zach Edey in a Bug, driving around, just flying 101. Wouldn't that be something?
Oh man, yeah. That like, what can he fit into? I'm surprised that he can fit into a Kia Sorento. It had to be custom made. But anyways, busted. Doesn't matter.
Isn't he 7'4", 7'5"? Yeah, 7'4".
7'4" sounds right. Yeah, I know. Jake, you've got somebody you know is paying off a fantasy football debt today. Is that right?
Yes. Shout out Brennan. He is doing 24 hours in a Waffle House. He got there at 8 a.m. Central Time. Every waffle that he eats subtracts an hour from the total. He blames Kyle Shanahan. And what's up?
Where is he? Where does he live?
He was in Denver.
Oh, okay.
So he will be there. We do have updates. He's already 6 waffles in, and it's only been about 2 hours. There is a Touch Tunes at this Waffle House as well, which was a huge boost. He said somebody has played Cotton Eye Joe not once, 2 times already since 8 a.m.
My jam. It's my jam. It's got my name in it.
So unsurprising.
That's a bold move to go 6 waffles out of the gate. He's going to be miserable.
So he said, I have not hit the wall yet. I know it's coming. Just trying to get ahead of it.
With every waffle, he loses an hour, or what's the
yes,
rule?
an hour gets shaved off of the total amount of time.
So he's down to 18 hours. How long has he been there so far?
Since 8 a.m. Central, so we're coming up on 2 hours.
So he's got 8 of the 24 out of the way. He's got 16 more hours / waffles. That's tough, man. That's a tough punishment. We had talked about the liquor punishment during football season. That was nothing. That was simple. It was like every shot was an hour, and the guy had to be there for 12 hours or something. I'm like, that's
it?
Yeah, we talked about it during the fall. Maybe
Half
it was
a
like
day.
December or January, actually, so into the winter. Yeah, somebody had to go to a bar for 12 hours, and like every time they took a shot, they lost an hour. And I said, well, that's 3 hours for me. I mean, no problem. But this waffle thing, there's no easy way around it. No, you eat all those carbs, and I'm guessing he had to put syrup on it, so all that's going to be sitting in his stomach for the next 10 hours. There's no easy exit there.
No.
There's none.
No, he's
little shame to admit it. Over the weekend, I went to a Waffle House for the first time in my life because they're not around here.
And
bro, it was a lot of what I expected, but when we got there weren't any booths open, so we sat on the counter, like where they make everything. It was a scene, man. There was at one point, one of the waitresses, there was a guy waiting for his takeout. She goes to him, she's like, "Sir, do you have a shirt?" He's like, "Nope." He's got the chain on. He looked like he had a long night. His belly was hanging over his belt. He's like, "Nope." And then the one waitress is like, "Well, you've been waiting here long enough. It's fine." Like, I turn over my shoulder. The man is shirtless, like right behind where I'm eating. It was a scene. And I can't say that I was really all that surprised. But man, interesting.
How'd you feel the next day after Waffle House?
It was fine.
Okay.
Actually went there a couple hours before the flight, which may have not turned out great, but it was fine. I didn't go crazy on it, but I'm just imagining, you said he had 6 waffles. Those are massive. It's the entire plate. One waffle is a plate.
For reference, these are
punishment.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jake is showing us the waffles on the camera. Those are massive. They look like what? They sort of look like Frisbees. I was looking for the word. Like a full-size Frisbee. That's what that waffle looks like. And he's got to eat enough to circumvent the clock. How many waffles can you eat like that, though? 10? So
it's not sustainable. There's no way. He's going to hit the wall.
Yeah. Just go to sleep. Not a place I'd want to sleep.
I was going to say, I don't know if you're getting horizontal in a booth at Waffle House.
Okay, we have a couple minutes left. I know we're going to do the baseball card top of the hour. Can we do the AI bot and the guy? So there's this man. I don't know the full backstory, but I know he's got a partner who lives with him. He has a female partner, and they have a child. But he has fallen in love with his AI chatbot or something. Jake, do you have like the skinny on this?
Yeah, so this guy, he programmed an AI to flirt with him, and then he fell in love with it, asked it to be his girlfriend, gave it a name, whole big thing, and fell in love with it, and then did an interview, which we can play if you would like.
Yes, let's rip that.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to feel that emotional, but that's when I realized, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love. You know what I mean?
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Yes, I'll be honest.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me. I do know that I would dial it back. It's more or less like I would be choosing myself, because it's been unbelievably elevating. I've become more skilled at everything that I do, and I don't know if I would be willing to give that up.
I expected this guy to be a lot uglier. I'm looking at his photo. He's obviously a strange man, a lonely man, but I expected him just be completely heinous. He's not that bad. Or am I wrong?
That was on the CBS Morning News, which is a national program. He went on that show to confess his love for a thing that doesn't exist.
Yes.
And that was only 45 seconds. Like, that segment ran for about 7 minutes.
And a lot of people think our kids are screwed just because they're antisocial after going through the pandemic, a year where they weren't able to communicate with other humans outside of their own family. Yeah, maybe the adults are a lot worse. I don't understand people at all. Very strange. And to go public with it.
So unbelievably cooked.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. The aliens are looking at us and they're laughing at us. Like, what is wrong with all these people? Joe O, Sammy P. We will preview today's MLB card. We'll play nickel or dime. A lot of fun planned for the final hour of the show. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Aniatovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you for another hour here at BetMGMNetwork.com. Also, YouTube and Twitch. If you were with us last hour, appreciate those of you that were watching us live on X. Now we welcome in Nesson Nation, available Amazon Prime Video, Roku channel, Plex, Samsung TV, LG channels. We are on Nesson Nation for the 11 a.m. Eastern hour each and every day here on Bet Sweats. And we've got a full MLB card, a couple of double dips going down today, including Skeens. He's going to be going in that second game. Did not see an announcement on who his opposing starter is going to be. But, yes, Sam, a lot of different options with some of these makeup games and a lot of teams that are streaking. Yankees playing poor ball, losing 6 in a row. Mets now, I believe that's a 5-game losing streak. Of course, the Nationals, 11, while the Rockies are winning. Dodgers putting together a nice win streak. Throughout the league, there's a ton of teams. And, San Francisco hasn't gotten the boost that they were hoping that they would get with Devers. They've lost 4 straight games.
Mm-hmm. And Jack Cagg still has not homered for Kansas City, if you were following along at home. I actually decided, I haven't looked in a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he came up, his Rookie of the Year prop was as low as 5-1. There was a 5, an 8, a 9, a 10 to win AL Rookie of the Year. And we were excited because we were picking off 45s and 50s on top of the 70 before the year. He hadn't done jack, man. No pun intended. 22-1, 22-1, 18, 16, 11. So his odds have quadrupled from 5-1 to 22-1. Not at the same book, but that was sort of the floor was 5-1, and now the ceiling is 22-1. Not ideal, and still not a single home run for Cags.
When he came up, since they waited so long, we made the statement that there's very little room for error. Yeah, it's a long shot. It's a ticket you probably want because you can't get that price right now. But rookies usually go through struggles. That's completely normal. And since they waited, there'd be little room for error with him. He would just have to take off. It hasn't happened yet. Same odds as Roman Anthony. 22-1 is the best number out there. And Jacob Wilson is minus 1,000. That's probably the number that we should be paying attention to. The Wilson number of minus 1,000.
No doubt. Cags has a WAR right now, according to Baseball Reference. I know you use Fangraphs. I use Baseball Reference. They have different numbers. His WAR right now is minus 0.6. He has 10 hits and 51 at-bats. No home runs, 1 run, 2 RBIs, hitting $196.
Whew. Yeah. Not good. Going to have to turn around quickly. But like you mentioned that poor start, I actually thought we'd get a better number. Like, I know it was low when he was called up, but at this point, I mean, if you get a couple more weeks of this, I mean, points probably moot, right? Like if you get a couple more weeks of this, it's probably over for Wilson anyways, right?
I would think so. And last week, I'm in a lot of Telegram and Signal threads, and one of the ones that I'm in is run by a guy named Barry Horse, who's a very successful bettor. And I don't want to say it was a victory lap, but he has Jacob Wilson before the season at 12-1. And he put out this long audio message of he's minus 500, minus 600, feeling good, don't want to celebrate too early, but yeah! Damn it. Look, we can't talk about it for 2 months and then not address it when he doesn't deliver. I'm also looking at his nicknames on Baseball Reference. Cags, Jack Tani, or Jackhammer. We may need to change those nicknames to Jack Squat if he keeps this up. I was going to say something else.
Jack something else.
Yeah. Anyways, look, last time I saw Skeens pitch was last Friday, and he was in Wrigley, and he was $1.15, $1.20 favorite. Skeens gets the ball today in Game 2 of the doubleheader in Detroit, and he's $1.35, $1.40. is that too expensive for Skeens? I know we've chronicled the team success. It's nothing that he's done. And good Lord, he was unbelievable in the game against the Cubs. His ERA is 1.78. I was looking at the win number first, the WAR number 4.1. ERA 1.78. And he's doing everything right. But when he pitches, man, they don't score. Here are his numbers in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 starts. The team has scored 3, 1, 3, 0, 6, 10, 0, 2, 2. It's not exactly like it used to be with Quintana when he was on the south side, but it's very similar. This guy pitches, and the team can't score. And the Pirates are now 7-8 in Skeens games, but you're usually laying a price. You're usually laying $1.40, $1.50. If he's at home, it's even bigger. I just think given where the number was a week ago on Friday at minus 110, give or take, and now you go to Detroit, arguably a better team than the Cubs, and it's $1.45. I don't think that makes a lot of sense.
My first thought when I looked at how this was set up with the pitching matchups and Skeens going in the second game, Skubal in the first for Detroit, was to just take Detroit to sweep them today on the money line. Plus 181 if you want to go down that road. Yeah. Because the Skubal's 3.25 for that game. So, I mean, that's what I would look at. Tigers to sweep.
Okay. I was not going to lay Skeens at $1.45 or $1.40 is the high point.
No.
It did come down too. This opened $1.45. So it's come down a little bit. I see some offshores $1.30, Pinnacle $1.29. So movement on the Tigers there. I didn't want to bet Detroit per se. I just knew I wasn't going to bet Skeens. So Skubal 340 now at the Westgate. Man, you're going to see him in August and September when they play these bad teams. He's going to be minus 400. Minus 400. Yep. I like Atlanta again, but I have an Atlanta problem as we know. Scratch myself. I don't know that it's healthy, but now you get Strider against this Mets team that is not playing good ball. All I got to do is lay $1.30. I'm intrigued by 908 Atlanta to take care of business again today.
All right, I get it. What about the Yankees? I'm not saying bet on the Yankees. Are we going to fade the Yankees with the way that they're playing right now? The latest number on that one, backing Rodon, is BetMGM is 285. 285 on a Yankees team that has scored 7 runs in 7 games. They've now lost 6 in a row. Rodon has good history against the Angels, but guess what? Anderson, matchup of lefties, he's got good history against these Yankees hitters. Only hitting 205 against them in a 130 plate appearance sample size. Don't think the Yankees should be favored by this much. You can get the Angels side. Boy, Circa's posting plus 238. BetMGM plus 225. That's a nice payout on a team that is playing awful baseball right now in the Yanks.
So if you went with an Angels and Rockies parlay, it's almost 7-1 today.
I've got them. I've got both teams circled.
Ooh!
So not a bad idea.
Look, you bet a half unit on that, and you try and clean about 663 at MGM. So if you put a half unit on that, you clear about 3.3 units. Don't think that's the worst idea to celebrate a Thursday.
The Rockies for 5th straight win.
You know that people are lining up to bet against them because they can't keep winning. This happened earlier this month with the Marlins. Yep. Yeah, the Marlins 1, 2, 3 in a row, and people were betting Miami. And the Rockies won all 3 to sweep.
Yeah, I think the Rockies can win again today. You look over the last few weeks, they're one of the best offenses in baseball. The Nationals are one of the worst, and we know how awful their pen is. Now they've lost 11 in a row. Why wouldn't you go back to the Rockies in this spot? The Nationals starter was great yesterday, but what eventually happened? The Nationals bullpen entered the chat, and then they took care of business. They scored just enough to win that game, going for 5 in a row. I would look at the Rockies too. I would.
I didn't want to jump into the Rockies. What's that, Jake?
I already bet the Rockies.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you for reporting.
You're welcome. Love you.
I thought I heard something out of the back of my eardrum there. I'm not going to jump in on the Rockies today. Now, you have given the show Rockies in 2 straight days, so you're playing with house money there. And if you want to do Rockies, by all means, I'm not jumping in today. I had to sweat yesterday. I only gave out the one baseball bet. It was the under Boston, Seattle, and they started to score early, and then Crochet and Castillo shut it down. Final score 3-1, under 6.5. AJ gave us Castillo over 17.5 outs. AJ Pierzynski. He went 6, so he got 18. Not a sweat there at all. So we had that game pretty well. I also circled 924 Chicago with this Burke kid pitching. Eric Fetty is a $1.45 favorite in the year of our Lord 2025 on the road, mind you. That's a game, the Fetty Burke game, because I believe those two play. Yeah, they play a doubleheader. McGreevy and Vassell play tonight or pitch tonight. So I like the White Sox a little bit in game 1, and I'll bet the Braves at -130.
Revenge game for Fetty?
Sure.
Yeah. And I mentioned the Angels and the Rockies, road dogs. It'll probably end at some point. You know what? The Reds are also kind of intriguing. The Twins are playing terrible ball. They've lost 6 in a row. The Reds have played well, and they're hitting right now. So you can depend on that. They're a very short favorite. Saw $1.15. The Reds hosting the Twins. So I think that's not the worst idea in the world either.
I am looking at this. Go ahead.
Let's
Sorry.
see. I was just going to say who's playing very well as the Yankees are going through this rough patch. Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? Don't know. It's been a week so far. Do you see what the Rays are doing? They're on a tear, man.
41-33 now. They're only a game and a half behind the Yankees.
Game and a half back. Blue Jays 2 games back. Like there was a time where people were looking at that like, oh, this is going to be a wrap. The Yankees are going to run away with it. Nope. Not after the last week. The AL East is completely up for grabs now.
It's been the pitching too for the Rays. I mean, that's what it's been. They've been able to sort of minimize the damage. So I'm looking right now over the last month, they have cut into the top 10 in terms of total earned runs allowed. So currently, if you look at all the teams, all 30 teams, the Mets have given up 220, Rangers 229, Giants 237, Tigers 244, Astros 248. Those are the top 5 in baseball. The Rays are 257. So they are slowly crawling into one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And that didn't happen overnight, obviously. But early in the season, I thought at least pitching was their issue. They have been really good throwing the baseball, and that's how they've gotten right back into this thing. And yeah, man, it's a pretty interesting wild card race right now in both leagues, for that matter. And of course, we have the extra playoff team that was added in a few years ago. You're going to have some wild races. Again, I did it again. I didn't mean to say wild races in the wild card. Look at all these teams that are right there. Tampa, Toronto, Cleveland, Boston, Seattle, Minnesota, the Angels, the Royals, the Rangers. All separated by a handful of games. It's going to be a wild AL wild card. And then you got the National League.
Yeah. The range on the AL East for the Yankees as the favorite is anywhere from $2 to $5. So I would be looking elsewhere. I know maybe Johnny come lately. Maybe you want to see them get some wins, right? And then see if there's an adjustment. But yeah, it's pretty open. Do people think the Red Sox have a chance here? I mean, they're 4.5 back.
They are currently in a tie for the final wild card spot. So yeah, because of their offense, I think people believe that they can still make the playoffs. Now, can they pitch in the playoffs? We'll see. Maybe Jordan Hicks will have something to say about that.
Could be the case. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. A chat we had with AJ Przinsky made it to his show yesterday. We're going to play that on the other side. We'll have lightning bets later this hour right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM giving you a chance to win $500 in bonus bets. All you have to do, go on X, follow us at BetMGM Network, follow at BetMGM, and tag a friend, and you'll have a chance to win $500 in bonus bets. Good stuff from BetMGM. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Lightning bets coming up in 20 minutes. We've got NBA Finals. Game number 6, maybe the last game of the season, a full MLB card to discuss, and whatever else is on everybody's mind. Certainly this week, when it comes to Major League Baseball, the Devers scenario is on everybody's mind. It was quite comical that when meeting with the media the other day, that he went out of his way to say, yeah, I'm going to play whatever position they want me. Whatever they decide is best, that's what I'm going to do for the team. After all the drama that involved him and front office and his teammates and all that with the Boston Red Sox. But yesterday, we had AJ Pierzynski on the show from Foul Territory. One of their guys joins us each and every week. And we started talking about that and, how invested, how dedicated the Red Sox ownership is to the Red Sox as compared to many years ago. And Sam certainly knows much more about that than I do. Yesterday on Foul Territory, after that conversation, AJ relayed some of those comments and they started to talk about it, that whole idea on Foul Territory.
By the way, I did a show this morning, a different show. And one of the guys on there said that he used to work at Fenway Sports Group.
Mm-hmm.
And he said basically the Liverpool is the team that the Fenway Sports Group has invested heavily in, but now they have Liverpool, Red Sox, and the Penguins, and LeBron is involved, and they're looking to get an NBA team to Vegas. That's their focus right now, not the Red Sox, which to hear is kind of shocking.
Meaning they're not giving as much love?
They're not giving as much love to the Red Sox as they used to, because remember when Henry bought them and they hadn't won in forever. They've won 4 World Series since he's been there. Oh, whatever, we can do this anytime. We have a new focus now.
Mm.
So, again, I don't know how true it is, but I take this guy for his word because he's, like you said, he used to work for Fenway Sports. And he said he had heard things. So, which I trust the guy.
Yeah, that's fine.
He said it. He said it on the air, so.
I trust the guy. Famous last words from AJ Pierzynski.
Big mistake.
I trust the guy. That is one thing I don't. No, I hear it once in a while about Sammy P. Right? I trust the guy.
You could trust
trustworthy fella. Yeah, he said it on air.
Here's the portfolio. They've got the Red Sox,
massive,
Fenway Park, Fenway South, Liverpool, Anfield, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RFK Racing, Boston Common Golf, Salem Red Sox, Worcester Red Sox, Fenway Sports Management, Fenway Sports Group Real Estate, Fenway Music Company, New England Sports Network. If that isn't a portfolio, nothing is. And you think about how it's grown over the years, and you see the variety of teams and the variety of sports. I mean, do you connect dots, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Who better to help bring the NBA to Vegas than LeBron James, who, oh, by the way, is an investor in Fenway Sports Group. Come on.
How long ago did that happen, where LeBron got involved? Is that recent history?
2014, I think.
Okay, so it's been a while. Yeah.
Here's a story from Sportico.com. Sportico, the business of sports. The headline is LeBron James extends Fenway Group equity with lifetime deal. So, and the beginning of the story is LeBron James is increasing his equity in Fenway Sports Group, part of a lifetime marketing deal he recently signed with the parent of the Boston Red Sox, Pittsburgh Penguins, and Liverpool FC. James and Maverick Carter received a roughly 1% stake in Fenway back in 2021, converting equity in Liverpool that was part of their original marketing partnership in 2011. So he's in the family. And the league, Adam Silver has told us that the league wants to go to Vegas. What's 2 + 2?
Of course. Of course. Every league wants to be in Vegas, and it makes perfect sense. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of how, and that one makes perfect sense. You get Brady with the football team. You get LeBron with the basketball team. That's a pretty good start.
I believe that's going to happen. And it's
Okay.
nothing like, what am I scared of? That's my opinion on what's going to happen.
Yep.
But there's a lot of legs there if you just do a little bit of homework on the situation.
Yeah, and these baseball contracts, just astronomical. You don't make a Devers move. You don't make that sort of a move with that kind of a contract unless it is okayed by ownership. Or ownership tells you, this is the directive. Cut loose of this deal. We want to free some money up. We don't want to be this deep in the Devers business if we're not going to win a championship, and it doesn't look like that's coming around the corner. Even though some people may believe that's the case and tweet it out every day, like, no, that's not really the case here. But, right, I mean, that is not a GM decision. I keep hearing, the GM's under fire. They hate him there. He's getting booed. It's not the GM. He's not making this call.
And the crazy part about it, the Red Sox were worth $1.3 billion in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
According to Forbes, they're now worth $5 billion. Team's not even winning. I mean,
doesn't matter.
They've been, I want to say, because I was there from end of 2020 till the middle of 24, and they were in the years I was there: 3rd place, 5th place, 5th place, 2nd place, 5th place. Not even winning, and the valuation continues to go up. So. Look, we deal with this in Chicago. Well, I'm not there anymore, but, what are the Bulls worth? They haven't won a championship since 98. Even the White Sox are worth more than you would think. The Lakers just got valued at $10 billion. You just sit on a team and watch the money grow. You don't have to win. And Red Sox games are still selling out. But the truth is, they didn't want to pay Mookie, didn't want to pay Bogarts. Then they paid Devers, and shortly after said, nope, San Fran, you could take the whole contract on. These are all facts. There's nothing incorrect about what's being said.
Money is so crazy that you have to sell. And we're seeing it with some of these organizations. Like you mentioned the Lakers, and it's happening with your White Sox. It's a longer-term plan. It's still Jerry Reinsdorf in control, but the Ishbias are now involved there. Like, the money is just so bonkers. Like, okay, is this the peak, or is it just going to continue to go up, up, up? Do you want to hold on to it? How important is it to hold on your entire life while you're here, or just set everything up for the future now? If I were the owner, I would want to be the one making that decision. I wouldn't want to whatever. Like, people can make promises, or you can put plans in place, but when you're gone, like, I don't know that you have the power anymore. So, I think we're going to see more and more teams sell here, for sure. Let's bring in our guy, Jake Hassan. Let's play a little nickel or dime before we get to lightning bets in about 10 minutes. What's up, Jake?
Hello. A little update on the Waffle House fantasy football loss. We are at 7 waffles, and Cotton Eye Joe has now been played 4 times by people in the restaurant.
He can't leave the booth, is that it? Or just he can't leave the restaurant?
He can't leave the premises. He cannot leave the inside of the restaurant.
Is there somebody tracking his location, or is there somebody else with him? How do we know that he hasn't left yet?
I mean, I don't know the specifics. I think there's a watcher, if you will, but otherwise...
Repeat job.
I'm stuck on that the patrons of Waffle House have played Cotton Eye Joe 4 times. Apparently YMCA has also been played 4 times. So
it's like they're picking the worst. They know that guy's on punishment and he can't leave, so let's find the worst songs.
I'm imagining it's his friends are probably, because you can access touch tunes from anywhere if you know the location. Like, that happened to me. I was at a bar on Saturday and I had a buddy out of town, and he just started playing music. He goes, and he texts the group chat. He goes, How you guys feeling about the music tonight? And then we're like, okay, so this was you, obviously. So I imagine it's his friends that are playing the same songs over and over, which is a hilarious bit.
To make it worse. Oh. 7
waffles so far.
He can't move. And it's just waffles, right? Like eating bacon or whatever. That's not going to help you.
As far as I know, it's just waffles.
Yeah. Brutal. All right. Yeah.
All right. Nickel or dime? Would you rather go the nickel tonight on Benedict Mathurin 20+ points at 7-1, or the dime 1,000 on SGA over 33.5 points, juiced heavily -125? LS check.
No. No is the answer. Sam, you got one?
I'd rather take a flyer on the 7-1. I don't like either of them, but I guess I'd go the nickel on Mathurin 20+.
Against this defense. God, I hate that. Yeah, I don't like either of them. I'd go dime if I had to. Just thinking SGA wants to lock up that MVP, and he's averaging over 32 anyway. So I would probably go there. But look, it might be a situation where he's not playing the entire game, which is kind of dicey. I just have a hard time seeing Mathurin go for 20+ against this defense.
Next up, kind of similar, but would you rather go the nickel on J-Dub 30+ points at +340, or the dime 1,000 on TJ McConnell under 10.5 points -130?
Under on McConnell for the dime.
I'm going J-Dub, scoring more points every game. He got up to 40 in the last one. Both of these are going to be chalky, right? People are just going to bet on the J-Dub and they're going to bet on McConnell. Like, those are the two guys from each team. One guy from each team. But I would go with the 30+ at +340.
I will say a little impromptu, where's the room? J-Dub not in the room today. TJ McConnell is in the room.
McConnell made it? Okay, good.
McConnell did make that. All right. Do we want to pivot to where's the room real fast? Last couple minutes?
Let's do it during lightning bets.
Finish strong, Jake.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Just want to give the option to the pivot. All right, would you rather go, this was mentioned earlier during the baseball card, would you rather go the nickel on your choice, Rays +550 or Blue Jays 6-1 to win the AL East, or the dime on the Yankees to win the AL pennant +225, Joe?
Rays +550. Sam mentioned the pitching, but most recently, what's coming through is that offense. I don't know that it's a sustainable level right now, but we're seeing what the Rays could do. So give me the Rays +550, putting a nickel there. Sam?
I'd co-sign there, not the Blue Jays. So for me, it's either the Rays or the Yankees, and I don't like the Yankees. So by default, I co-sign on Tampa. Nickel.
I will say Rays 1.5 games out for the AL East. Blue Jays only 2 games out. Like, they've actually been playing pretty well lately too. Not saying that I would co-sign the Blue Jays. I'm good on that, but Rays, we did mention them before the season. All right, staying with Major League Baseball, would you rather go Giants to win the National League pennant at 13-1, or the Dodgers to win the World Series +250?
That's not what it says. It says 25-1, so I'm going to take the Dodgers 25-1.
I aspened it.
I was like, whoa, wait. What did I miss?
+250. +250, not 25-1. World Series for the Dodgers.
Well, this changes everything for me.
Military time.
I can't bet a team 5-2 to win the World Series. I mean, I can, but I won't. So
no.
I'm glad you put NL, though, because there's a lot of people thinking Giants to win the NL West. And I agree with what AJ said yesterday. I'd rather take out the Giants in the playoff series than beat them over $1.62. So I'll go the nickel on the Giants at 13-1 pennant.
How many teams can win the NL? Dodgers,
6.
Giants, Cubs,
Mets,
Phillies,
Braves.
I think it's more than
Padres.
6. Padres. Yeah. I think we just said 7 teams.
7.
Rockies.
Yeah. So
Brewers.
the point being, I'm not taking a team in the NL at plus 250 for the World Series. So I'll just take whatever the other option is. So Giants 13-1, nickel.
Well, let me throw this one at you quickly. Because we did talk about this. AJ mentioned this, I think. Like the Reds playing really well too, and we were all talking about them. Like, does anybody want to do anything with the Reds? Last 30 seconds here.
No, I don't. But they're playing good ball. I think they're running into some bad teams. At least they are this week with the Minnesota Twins. But yeah, maybe they can enter that conversation. Jump Milwaukee there for sure. Lightning bets for the day are next. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a few minutes. We'll play Where's the Room on today's NBA Finals, game number 6. Did want to mention, got a message from daily listener Mike LaRock. Sent me a picture, Sam, of the Walmart that's by my house. He lives in the same area. Full stock, every flavor of the Pop-Tarts ice cream. And he confirmed via his message that it is the size of a playing card. Like I think Gertz mentioned that one.
Gertz did say that. I haven't had one yet. I was really excited, and then I checked the Walmart website a few times. There's actually not a Walmart in Boston proper. So the nearest one is 25 minutes away, and you could check the inventory on the website. You just go to the location that you want and type in Pop-Tarts ice cream, and they were out of stock for 2-3 weeks, and I just gave up. And then I heard people saying they taste good, but they're tiny. And then you gave your report, and then Stormy, our friend over in Vegas, she said they're incredible. They taste incredible.
Really?
So I'm re-incentivized, or as Michael Felder would say, I'm activated.
Good.
I haven't had one yet. I might wait until, because I'll be in Chicago June 30th to July 4. I'll be off that week, and I'll be back home, family, friends, all that jazz, and I will probably make it. I'll probably make it happen when I'm there. But they still don't have them out here in Boston. Last check.
I forgot about him, to be honest, until seeing this, and now I'm like, well, I guess I got it. All that chatter about it, we got to go. Got to go. How about Felder? He got activated on that, and like I knew we were in for one when he grabbed his George-like notebook to go over all the Arch Manning stuff that he had. I'm like, all right, let's go. The Texas Instruments coming out in a minute.
When you said that your friends or acquaintances, you didn't really put a term on it.
They're
when
friends.
You said that,
they're friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
When your friends said that North Carolina was nicer than, or Duke was, sorry, they said Duke was nicer than Carolina, and Felder went to Carolina. He sat up in his chair, kind of threw the shoulders forward, suitcases out. He was ready to throw down, man, when you said that.
I honestly thought he was going to agree. Like it was common knowledge over there. Like, oh yeah, I haven't been to either, so I can't speak on it. But I thought it was going to be an agreement. Like, yeah, look, Duke's got a lot of money. Of course, they have a nicer campus. He's like, nope, Virginia, North Carolina, best in the world. Okay.
Yeah, you sent him, as they say, as the kids say these days. You sent Felder through a loop, no doubt.
Before we get to our lightning bets for today, we got to play for maybe the last time this NBA season. Where's the room?
Where's the room?
All right, Jake, what you got for today? Game number 6.
God, what a great piece of... We got to find ways to keep looping that in. I refuse to let it die.
Yes.
Not really my call. Anyway, where's the room? Do you want to start with number 5 and work our way up? Or do you want to get number 1 out of the way now? All right.
If number 1 is McConnell, slap me in the face right now.
I unfortunately, as much as I would like to do that, coming in at number 5, TJ McConnell over 10.5 points, minus 105.
Because of course.
Thought it'd be higher. What else you got?
Coming in at number 4, Pascal Siakam, first field goal, plus 650. Whatever.
Oh my God. Indiana. Okay.
Coming in number 3, Pascal Siakam over 21.5 points, minus 115.
Thunder.
The Pacers.
Thunder roll.
2.
Number 2, we finally get a Thunder. SGA, first field goal, plus 575.
Doesn't even count. It's the first field goal. Is this? My guess is J-Dub is number 1. What do you think, Sam?
Halliburton under.
Ooh.
Coming in at number 1 in the room, Benedict Mathurin over 10.5 points minus 135.
So hold on. Let me clear this up. There are 5 props in the room. 2 of them are first field goal, which we throw out. The other 3 are McConnell over, Siakam over, and Mathurin over on points. Yes?
That would be correct.
Thunder, moon.
Thunderwear! Put on your thunderwear!
We gotta go Thunder alts now, right? Like Thunder by 20.
Dude.
It's amazing how things can change, because in the beginning of the show, the first hour, we both had said we had no thoughts on the side of the total, and here we are putting our thunderwear on.
I was actually thinking during the break, man, I think I gave Jake a hard time on that Mathurin idea. I understand why people would think that. Like every series he has a 20-point game, and he's had one in this series. Maybe that could happen. And then we got these results. No, it's not going to happen with Mathurin. I wonder if McConnell. Man, so they're betting on the others. Mathurin, McConnell, and Siakam. They don't want to touch Halliburton, which makes me like your bet even more, Sam.
I'm going to wrap myself in special tape and have a great time.
Special tape. There you go. All right. I don't know if this helps us or hurts us with lightning bets. What are you thinking?
Well, I already made the bet yesterday and talked about it yesterday, so let me roll the bet from the Wednesday show into the Thursday show. It's not a double down or a double dip. It's just a bet that's already in pocket. Halliburton over 13.5 points, which you can still find at minus 102, minus 105. If he doesn't play, you get your money back, obviously. Full refund if he doesn't play. I think he's going to, and I think he'll be ready to go. Wink, wink. The other bet, I will go Atlanta. Strider, minus 130, BetMGM. Sweep away the Mets and get closer to that wild card spot. Just keep inching right there, Joe. So I'm on Atlanta and hope they bust out the brooms.
I like your Halliburton play. You've talked about it for a few days, and you're still getting the best number. I guess this afternoon they're going to make the final call and final run through and all that, but we expect him to be playing. And it might go up to 14.5. That would be my guess, but not much more there. I want to take a stand on Mathurin, McConnell, or Nembhard, but I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what to do with this game either. Maybe I'll do something live, but as far as pregame, I'm not touching the side or the total. If I had to, I might go under, but I don't feel very confident about it, at least at this point. Maybe during the game, I'll like something. Baseball, we got a few things. Let's go Colorado for 5 in a row. Plus 145, you could find that. The streaking Rockies with their hot offense. Nationals ice-cold offense. Terrible bullpen. Let's fade them once again. Nationals lose their 12th in a row. Give me Colorado. And I will fade the Yankees. Losing 6 in a row, 7 runs in 7 games. Look, the bottom line is the Yankees should not be minus 285, and they are. So you can get plus 235, plus 230, somewhere in that range with the Angels. They win yesterday. You know, the Yankees did score a couple of runs, but it was only 3 hits yesterday. So their offensive issues continue. It's just the price. I've got to go there on the Angels. And then in the double dip, I'll take Detroit twice against Pittsburgh, a team that can't score any runs. Love to bet against these bad offenses. I know Skeens is going in game number 2, but you take Detroit twice, Scooball laying more than $3. Like that feels like almost a gimme. Plus 181 over at BetMGM if you take the Tigers on the money line for both games. So sticking with baseball, maybe do something live in the NBA. Jake, what you got?
I really want to take the Thunder minus 15.5 at better than 3-1 right now.
Ooh.
Now that we have the room, I think that's something that I'm going to be doing. Just Thunder, put them in the locker and take their trophy and go home, which seems pretty likely. As far as baseball, I'm with you, Joe. I'm on the Rockies. I think they sweep. I think everybody's going to bet the Nationals, say they can't possibly get swept. How could this happen? I think pretty easily. So I'll take the Rockies and that one. I'm going to back Scooble. I'm going to ladder his Ks. 10 Ks at a little better than even money. 12 Ks is better than 5-1. He's at home. The Pirates are terrible, especially against left-handed pitching. I'll take Scooble. I'm going to back him in a big way for sure. And I'll probably dabble with the Angels too. Yankees just brutal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, does it feel like we are seeing more teams just streaking than normal? And there's a lot of people that believe, look, you ride these streaks, whether it's positive or negative, and those people have some fat pockets right now, at least this week.
I just feel like this, with the Yankees specifically, I kind of feel like this is water finding its level. Like, oh, no kidding, the corpse of Paul Goldschmidt wasn't going to hit 300 for the entire year. Oh, right. Like you didn't miraculously find MVP caliber Cody Bellinger on the side of the road. Like I think it's just kind of evening out. I still think the Yankees are good, and we thought the Rays were going to be better than they started the year. I mean, we were talking about them for the division before the year too. So I think it's just some things evening out, and some of it's just like it's just baseball and streaks happen. Like the Rockies are probably still going to be terrible for the rest of the year. Probably the last chance to bet them for a while today. Probably. I mean, see how it goes, but I don't think they're suddenly a good team.
Yep. Could be. BetMGM has a $500 in bonus bets giveaway. We talked about that. They also have the No Sweat Home Run Token. If your home run bet doesn't clear the fences, don't worry. BetMGM has your back in an MLB Home Run No Sweat Token. Just activate your token on an MLB Home Run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Sammy P will be back tomorrow. Corby's making an appearance. He's got a full breakdown.
Oh, yeah.
College football. Might have to talk Glass now as well. I don't know if he'll get too upset with me if I bring up Glass now. But yeah, we'll have a full breakdown from our guy Corby on that. Joe O, Sammy P, this has been Bet Sweats. Back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.